Hello there, Boris Sleepy History here. In this episode, we focus on the rise and the fall of the Goths. In the shadow of the Baltic and along the steppes of Eastern Europe, a people were rising from obscurity into the historical record. The Goths, a Germanic people whose name would eventually echo through the crumbling corridors of the Roman Empire, emerged in the 2nd century of our era, not as conquerors yet, but as a population in motion, shaped by the rivers and forests of what we now call Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania. Their origins lie in stories told and retold by their own chroniclers, tales that blend memory with mythology. According to Jordanes, a Gothic historian writing centuries later, the Goths began in southern Scandinavia, crossing the Baltic in 3 ships under a king named Berig. They landed on the southern shore and defeated the Vandals and other Germanic peoples who occupied that region. From there, under Philomer, the 5th king, they migrated southward from the Vistula, a journey through forests and over mountains that brought them eventually to the Black Sea. Whether we accept this origin story as literal or as a poetic memory of genuine migration patterns, genetic evidence suggests the narrative holds a kernel of truth. Modern studies indicate that the Vielbach culture, which archaeologists associate with the early Goths, did indeed form through migration from Scandinavia. This wasn't a single dramatic movement, but rather a process spread across generations, a gradual expansion that would establish the Goths as a dominant force in Eastern Europe by the 2nd and 3rd centuries. The journey itself was remarkable, representing one of the most significant population movements of the ancient world. Imagine entire communities uprooting themselves, moving with their possessions, their livestock, their families, over vast distances, seeking new lands and new opportunities. This is what the Goths did. They didn't move overnight or in a single generation. Rather, they moved gradually, establishing themselves in new territories, expanding when possible, pushing further when circumstances permitted. By the time Roman writers first mentioned them by name in the 3rd century, the Goths had already become a numerous and powerful people, numbering perhaps hundreds of thousands spread across a vast territory. They dominated vast territories, lived in organized tribal structures, and possessed the military capability to challenge even Rome itself. The significance of their arrival in history cannot be overstated. These were not marginal raiders or minor tribes easily dismissed by Roman military might. They were a major Germanic people whose settlement patterns around the Black Sea and throughout Eastern Europe would fundamentally reshape the political landscape of Europe for centuries to come. They would eventually become so influential that their conflicts with Rome would contribute to the transformation of Western civilization itself. The Gothic migration represents a pivotal moment in world history, one of those great movements of peoples that alter the course of civilizations and create new alignments that persist for centuries afterward. What made the Goths different from other Germanic peoples was their sheer scale, their ambition, and their eventual impact on the broader world. They did not remain in the margins of history, but thrust themselves into the very center of it, becoming players in the greatest drama of the age. By the early 3rd century, when Roman sources begin to mention them more frequently, they had established themselves as a power that Rome could not ignore. Within a few generations, they would transform from unknown migrants into the existential threat that would help bring down the Western Roman Empire and shape the medieval world that would follow. The archaeological record provides a more tangible picture of early Gothic society than the legendary accounts, even if it cannot capture all the details of daily life. 2 distinctive archaeological cultures are closely associated with the Goths, the Vielbach culture and the later Cherniakov culture. These cultures tell a story written in pottery and graves, in weapons and houses, in the scattered remains of daily existence preserved for archaeologists to discover and interpret millennia later. The Veilbark culture, which flourished in the 2nd century and into the 3rd, is concentrated in what is today Poland and the Baltic region. Scholars and archaeologists have identified this culture as distinctly Gothic, based on burial practices, material culture, and the pattern of migration it represents. The presence of cremation burials, specific pottery styles, and particular weapon types mark Veilbark sites as authentically Gothic. When archaeologists excavate Veilbark sites, they find the material culture of a people in transition, a people moving from one region to another and establishing themselves in new lands. The pottery shows both Baltic and southern influences, suggesting ongoing contact with peoples both to the north and to the south. The settlements show evidence of both agricultural activity and continued mobility, as if the people living there were not yet entirely settled, but not fully nomadic either. What the Veilbark sites reveal is a people engaged in both agriculture and long-distance exchange. They cultivated grain and raised livestock, building the economic foundation necessary to support larger populations. They also participated in trade networks that connected them to the wider world. Objects found in Veilbark graves show contact with Roman merchants and soldiers, suggesting that even before any major military conflict, the Goths were aware of Rome and exchanging goods with Roman traders. Some graves contain Roman coins, others contain Roman luxury items, objects that had travelled northward along the amber trade routes that connected the Baltic to the Mediterranean. Wine amphorae from the Roman provinces sometimes appear in Gothic sites, indicating that someone, somewhere in the Gothic world, had acquired Roman wine and enough prestige or wealth to display it. This evidence of trade contact suggests that the relationship between Goths and Romans was not initially one of pure hostility. There was exchange, commercial activity, and at least some level of peaceful contact. Trade had a way of creating mutual interests and reducing tensions between peoples. Roman merchants wanted Gothic goods, particularly amber, which was rare and valuable in the Mediterranean. Gothic nobles wanted Roman luxury items that demonstrated their wealth and status. Both sides benefited from trade. But trade could also be disrupted, controlled, and used as a tool of power. By the 3rd century, as Gothic populations moved further south and east, the Cherniakov culture becomes the dominant archaeological signature of Gothic presence. Cherniakov sites stretch across the region north of the Black Sea, covering vast territories from the Danube to the Don River. This culture shows significant development compared to earlier periods. The settlements were larger, more permanently established, and showed evidence of greater social stratification and wealth accumulation. Cherniakov graves contain more elaborate burial goods, more weapons, and more evidence of a warrior elite. Some grave goods are spectacular in their richness. The pottery is more sophisticated, influenced by Roman styles, but distinctly Gothic in character. Houses in Cherniakov settlements were larger and more solidly built than earlier dwellings, suggesting a more settled way of life and possibly greater wealth. The presence of Roman coins and Roman luxury goods in Cherniakov contexts reveals extensive trade with the Roman Empire. These artifacts are not signs of conquest or domination, but rather evidence of economic exchange, sometimes peaceful, sometimes strained by the mounting military tensions. The Cherniakov culture itself likely represents the blending of Gothic populations with other peoples they encountered, including remnants of Scythian populations and Sarmatian groups who also inhabited the steppes. This mixing created something new, a synthesis of Gothic and non-Gothic elements that characterize the mature Gothic civilization. This archaeological evidence paints a picture of a people who were not isolated or primitive. The Goths of the Cherniakov period were engaged with the wider world, acquiring Roman goods, adopting some Roman cultural practices, yet maintaining their own distinct identity and way of life. They were not passive recipients of outside influence, but active participants in the broader economic and cultural systems of their time. They knew what the Mediterranean world had to offer, and they wanted access to those goods. At the same time, they preserved their own traditions and their own ways, refusing to be completely absorbed or transformed by contact with Rome. This balance between adoption and resistance would characterize Gothic society for centuries to come. The Cherniakov culture represents the mature development of Gothic civilization in the late antique world, a civilization that was complex, sophisticated, and fully capable of challenging Rome militarily and economically. The people who lived in Cherniakov settlements had access to goods from across the known world. They lived in well-built houses, wore clothing and jewelry that showed their status, and enjoyed the fruits of both agriculture and warfare. The transformation from Wielbach to Cherniakov culture shows the development and maturation of Gothic society over several centuries. From a people in motion and transition, the Goths had become a settled power with definable territories, permanent settlements, and increasingly complex social organization. The Goths who emerged in the archaeological record were organized into tribal units, each with its own leadership, and each capable of fielding warriors for both offense and defense. This tribal structure was fundamental to Gothic society. Unlike Rome, with its centralized imperial authority, the Goths maintained a decentralized system of governance where multiple tribes coexisted, sometimes cooperating, sometimes competing. Each tribe had a king or leading warrior, and beneath him a hierarchy of nobles and commoners. The authority of these leaders was not absolute, but rather based on their military success, their generosity to followers, and their reputation for wisdom and courage. The evidence for this tribal organization comes from both archaeology and the scattered references in Roman sources. References that become more detailed as military conflicts increase. The warrior class held tremendous prestige and authority in Gothic society. In many ways, Gothic society was structured around the needs and values of warriors. Archaeology reveals this through the elaborate burials of armed men, the quantity of weapons in graves, and the special treatment given to those interred with military equipment. The finest goods were often reserved for warriors, and wealthy individuals were frequently buried with multiple weapons and luxury items that testified to their status and achievements. These warriors were not merely fighters, but social leaders who accumulated wealth through warfare, particularly through raids and the taking of slaves. A successful warrior could become wealthy through the acquisition of plunder and the enslavement of captives. Wealthy warriors could then distribute some of their wealth to followers, creating bonds of loyalty and expanding their personal retinue. This system of wealth accumulation and redistribution was central to Gothic social and political organization. The weapons found in Gothic graves tell a story of military sophistication and the importance of individual combat prowess. They possess spears, swords, and shields, with the spear being the primary weapon used by all warriors, from the common soldier to the elite nobles. Over time, as contact with the Roman world increased, some Gothic warriors began adopting Roman weapons and tactics, acquiring quality Roman iron and steel. The bow and arrow were also important, particularly for mounted warriors, and by the later period, horses became increasingly central to Gothic military power. Riding and horsemanship were skills that separated the elite warriors from common soldiers, and cavalry became the signature force of Gothic armies. Warfare itself was central to Gothic culture. It was not merely a necessity for survival or territorial expansion, though it served both purposes. Warfare was also a path to social advancement, a way for young men to prove themselves and gain status in their community. Single combat between champions was apparently a valued form of warfare, and individual glory in battle was something to be pursued and celebrated. Sagas and poems commemorated the deeds of great warriors, preserving their names and accomplishments in the memory of the people. These oral traditions were essential to maintaining the cultural identity of the Goths and to inspiring young warriors to seek their own glory. A warrior who achieved great deeds would become the subject of stories told around campfires, stories that would be passed down through generations, ensuring that his name lived on even after his body had turned to dust. The organization of warriors into formal units for larger campaigns suggests a level of military discipline and coordination. They could field armies numbering in the thousands, which required planning, logistics, and command structure. Such organization was necessary to supply large forces on campaign and to maintain unit cohesion in battle. Gothic warriors camped together, moved together, and fought together, and this required systems of authority and communication that went well beyond the simple tribe. The fact that Roman sources record specific Gothic leaders and mention their names by the 3rd century suggests that prominent warriors became known far beyond their own territories. Some Goths clearly achieved fame and influence that extended across tribal boundaries, suggesting that the most powerful warriors could command respect from multiple tribes, or that prominent leaders could form alliances that created larger fighting forces capable of challenging Rome itself. A successful warrior could become so famous that other warriors from different tribes wanted to join his army or follow his leadership. This meant that warfare itself became a mechanism for creating larger political units and more centralized authority. In this way, the military pressure on Rome and the opportunities created by Roman weakness would eventually force the Goths to develop more centralized leadership structures. The tribal system, which had served them well for centuries, would begin to give way to more unified kingdoms and permanent political hierarchies. This transformation would not happen all at once, but rather gradually, driven by the demands of larger military campaigns and the example of successful leaders who could command multiple tribes. These developments in Gothic political organization were not unique to the Goths. Similar transformations were occurring among other Germanic peoples as they came into contact with Rome and faced pressure from the east. What distinguished the Goths was the success with which they would eventually accomplish this transition and the scale upon which they would organize themselves. The religious beliefs of the Goths, like those of most Germanic peoples, centered on a pantheon of gods who embodied natural forces and warrior virtues. Unfortunately, our knowledge of Gothic religious practices comes primarily from fragmentary references in Roman sources and from what can be inferred about Germanic religion more broadly, since little Gothic religious material survives directly. So much was lost when pagan practices gave way to Christianity, when old temples were destroyed, and when oral traditions were not written down. The Goths likely worshipped gods associated with war, fertility, the sky, and natural phenomena. Their religious practices probably included sacred groves and natural sites where rituals were conducted. Trees were apparently sacred to Germanic peoples, and it's likely that Goths conducted important rituals in forest groves far from settlements, places where the boundary between the human and divine worlds seemed thin and permeable. Priests or shamans held important positions in Gothic society, interpreting omens and conducting sacrifices. These religious specialists mediated between the human and divine realms, ensuring that the gods received proper worship and that the community understood the will of the divine powers. They held positions of considerable prestige and authority within Gothic society, rivaling even the warrior elite in some respects. Their ability to interpret omens and divine will gave them power over major decisions, including decisions about warfare and migration. The concept of ritual sacrifice appears to have been important in Gothic religious practice. Animals were likely sacrificed to the gods, and evidence from some Germanic peoples suggests that human sacrifice may have occurred in times of crisis or for particularly important rituals. These were not unusual practices in the ancient world, and many cultures engaged in some form of ritual sacrifice. The Romans themselves practiced augury and animal sacrifice, So they understood the logic of seeking divine favor through ritual acts. Religious observances likely accompanied major life events and military campaigns. Before going to war, Gothic warriors would have sought the favor of the gods through prayer and sacrifice. Warriors might make vows to the gods, promising victory or sacrifice or some particular action in exchange for divine aid. Victory in battle would have been attributed to divine favor, while defeat might have been seen as divine punishment for some transgression or improper ritual observance. The idea of fate and divine will appears to have been significant in Gothic belief. They may have believed that the gods had predetermined the outcomes of important events, and that a warrior could achieve glory through living and dying in accordance with divine will. This sense of fate gave meaning to struggle and provided a philosophical framework for understanding triumph and tragedy. Religion was also a source of cultural identity, distinguishing the Goths from other peoples and reinforcing social bonds within the tribe. Shared religious practices and beliefs created a sense of community and common purpose. When Goths migrated or encountered other peoples, their religious practices served as a marker of their identity and helped preserve their sense of being a distinct people, even as they adopted some aspects of the cultures they encountered. The gods they worshipped were distinctly Gothic, and the way they worshipped them was distinctly Gothic. This religious identity was crucial to maintaining cohesion within Gothic society, especially as they encountered new peoples and new influences. The religious establishment, including priests and spiritual leaders, helped preserve traditional ways and resisted innovations that might erode Gothic identity. At the same time, the Goths were pragmatic about religion. If they encountered a new god or a new practice that seemed effective or beneficial, they were willing to incorporate it into their religious system. This flexibility would later allow the Goths to adapt relatively easily to Christianity, though not without resistance from those who clung to the old gods and old ways. The Danube River, one of Europe's mightiest waterways, served as the frontier between the Gothic territories to the north and the Roman Empire to the south. By the 2nd century, the Goths had established themselves as the dominant power north of the Danube in the lower Danube region, the area where the river flows toward the Black Sea through what is now Romania and into the Danube Delta. This was not a remote, isolated frontier in the Roman understanding. The Danube was a major trade route, a highway for commerce flowing between north and south. Roman merchants brought manufactured goods, wine, luxury items and coins northward into Gothic territory. These merchants were often part of larger trading networks that facilitated commerce across the frontier. They brought news from the Roman south, stories of imperial power and Roman military capabilities. Gothic amber, furs, and other northern products moved southward into the Roman market where they were highly valued. Roman elites particularly coveted Baltic amber, and the supply of amber drove much of the trade between the Gothic territories and the Mediterranean world. This economic exchange created a level of contact and mutual awareness between Goths and Romans, long before any major military confrontation. The Romans maintained military fortifications along the Danube, with garrisons and patrol units designed to monitor activity beyond the river and prevent unauthorized crossing. These fortifications were impressive monuments to Roman engineering, stone structures that dominated the river landscape and testified to Roman power. Yet the frontier was not hermetically sealed. Border populations on both sides were often in contact, sometimes friendly, sometimes hostile. Roman soldiers and Gothic warriors sometimes crossed the river for trade or parley, for the exchange of gifts or the negotiation of disputes. Information about Roman capabilities and intentions reached the Goths through these channels, just as Roman intelligence networks provided information about Gothic movements and intentions. The Goths learned from these contacts about Roman organization, Roman weapons, and Roman tactics. The Middle Danube frontier, where the river was wider and more easily defensible, was more securely held by Rome. But the lower Danube, where the river was narrower and the surrounding terrain less favourable for Roman military operations, was a region of greater instability and more frequent Gothic incursions. The Romans understood that the Goths represented a significant military threat, but during the 2nd century, the empire was focused on threats elsewhere. The Parthian Empire to the east provided a constant military challenge, and Germanic tribes along the Rhine, particularly the Marcomanni and Quadi, required sustained military attention. Internal political instability and succession disputes also demanded Roman attention and resources. The Goths, while monitored and sometimes engaged through military patrols and diplomatic contact, were not the primary focus of Roman military policy in this period. Rome maintained what it considered a manageable military presence along the Danube frontier, with enough forces to respond to major threats, but not enough for an aggressive campaign to subjugate or drive back the Goths. This measured approach made sense when the empire had many threats competing for resources, but it meant that Rome was not fully prepared for the escalation that would come. The peace that characterized the 2nd century and early 3rd century was not the result of Gothic weakness or lack of interest in Roman territory. Rather, it was the result of both sides deciding that the costs of major conflict outweighed the benefits. The Goths were not yet desperate enough to launch all-out invasion, and Rome was not willing to commit the resources necessary for conquest of Gothic territories. This balance would not last. This would change dramatically as the 3rd century progressed, and as conditions within both the Gothic world and the Roman world shifted profoundly. The middle years of the 3rd century witnessed the first major Gothic raids into Roman territory, a period of increasing conflict that would demonstrate the military capabilities of the Gothic people and expose dangerous weaknesses in Roman frontier defences. These raids were not coordinated campaigns with the intention of conquest or permanent settlement, but rather large-scale military expeditions designed to acquire wealth, slaves, and captives. The Goths would cross the Danube, strike into Roman territory, gather plunder, and withdraw back across the river with their prizes before Roman forces could organize an effective response. The timing of these raids was deliberate, often coordinated with the seasons and the movements of Roman forces. One of the most famous of these early conflicts involved King Cniva, a Gothic leader who rose to prominence in the mid-3rd century. Very little is known about Cniva's early life or origins, but by the mid-3rd century, he had emerged as a figure of considerable military talent and leadership ability, capable of uniting multiple Gothic tribal groups under his command. This was no small feat, requiring both military success and the kind of personal charisma that attracted followers from diverse tribes. In 250 to 251, Cniva led a major invasion across the Danube into Roman territory, and it was spectacularly successful beyond anything the Romans had anticipated. The Gothic forces attacked the city of Philippopolis, capturing it and acquiring substantial booty and captives. The raid culminated in the Battle of Abritus, where Cniva's forces defeated a Roman army commanded by the Emperor Decius himself. The death of an emperor in battle against barbarians was shocking to Roman sensibilities and demonstrated that Gothic warriors could defeat even the most elite Roman forces. This victory reverberated throughout the empire and throughout the Gothic world. Other leaders saw that an energetic commander could lead Gothic warriors to triumph even against the mighty Roman legions. The scale and success of Cniva's raids indicated that the Goths had developed the capability to field large armies, numbering in the tens of thousands, and sustain them on campaign for extended periods. They could move quickly, concentrate force at decisive points, and evade attempts to pin them down in battle. The Romans discovered that they could not simply overpower Gothic raiders through military superiority, at least not in the open field where Gothic cavalry excelled. The Goths' advantage in cavalry, and their knowledge of the terrain north of the Danube, gave them significant tactical advantages that Roman heavy infantry could not easily overcome. After their successful raids, the Goths would withdraw across the river, and Roman forces found it extremely difficult to pursue them effectively into their home territories. The raids of Neva's era were not isolated incidents, or the actions of a single ambitious leader. Throughout the 240s and 250s, Gothic war parties repeatedly crossed the Danube, struck at Roman settlements and towns, and withdrew with plunder and captives. These raids created a climate of insecurity in the Danube frontier provinces. Whole regions became economically devastated as the raids continued year after year. The Romans attempted various responses, including increased military patrols, strengthened fortifications, and punitive expeditions across the Danube. None of these measures proved decisively effective in stopping the Gothic raids. The Gothic success in these years was partly due to superior tactical ability and better military leadership, but it was also due to the fact that Rome was becoming increasingly preoccupied with other threats and internal problems that were draining its military resources and attention away from the Danube frontier. The empire's civil wars meant that generals and legions were often transferred away from the Danube to serve in other theatres. Even when forces were present, they might be commanded by officers more focused on seizing imperial power than on defending the frontier effectively. Furthermore, the constant raids by the Goths demonstrated that Rome's military response was too slow and too weak. By the time Roman armies could be mobilized to respond, the Gothic raiders had already crossed back over the Danube with their plunder. The Gothic warriors had proven that they could strike whenever they chose and withdraw before Roman response could be effective. This gave the Goths enormous prestige and encouraged more leaders to attempt similar raids. Success bred imitation and expansion. The raids of the 240s and 250s were but the opening chapter in a much longer story of Gothic military pressure on Rome. They established the pattern that would dominate the following decades and centuries. The 3rd century was a time of profound crisis for the Roman Empire, a period of civil war, economic collapse, plague, and barbarian invasions that threatened the very existence of imperial civilization. Beginning in 235 and lasting until approximately 284, the 3rd century crisis saw the empire fracture into multiple competing powers, the imperial treasury deplete at an alarming rate, and barbarian peoples across every frontier moving into Roman territory, or threatening to do so. The central government in Rome lost control of large provinces. Regional strongmen seized power in different parts of the empire, and the coherence of imperial authority disintegrated. During this chaotic period, the empire went through dozens of emperors in rapid succession, many ruling for only months or a few years before being overthrown or killed. This constant turnover in leadership meant that no single person had the time or authority to implement coherent military strategy or long-term planning. The economy suffered as a result of this instability. Trade disrupted, soldiers unpaid, tax collection failed. The entire fabric of imperial administration began to tear apart as local officials seized power and acted in their own interests rather than those of the empire. It was in this context of chaos and weakness that the Goths, along with other Germanic peoples and steppe nomads, seized unprecedented opportunities. With the Roman military stretched thin and divided by civil war, the elaborate system of frontier defences that had held for centuries began to crumble. Gothic raiders, initially confined to the lower Danube frontier, now ventured into territories they might never have attempted to reach in more stable times. By the 260s and beyond, Gothic forces were appearing in Asia Minor, raiding cities around the Black Sea and striking deep into Roman provincial territory. These were not small-scale raids conducted by isolated war bands, but major military operations that acquired vast quantities of plunder and demonstrated that Rome could not adequately defend even its heartland provinces. The cities of the Eastern Mediterranean found themselves vulnerable to attack in a way they had not been for centuries. The Gothic presence became so menacing that the Emperor Aurelian, who attempted to restore imperial authority and reassert control over the provinces, was forced to make a momentous decision. In 270 to 275, he ordered the evacuation of the Trans-Danubian province of Dacia, the only Roman province on the north bank of the Danube, the only territory that Rome held beyond the Great River. Rather than continue to defend this territory against overwhelming pressure, Aurelian withdrew the Roman garrison, the provincial administration, and the Roman population, abandoning the province to the Goths and other barbarian peoples. This represented the first major territorial loss of the Roman Empire to barbarian invasion, a shocking reversal of Roman fortune. It was a dramatic demonstration of how far Roman power had declined and how effectively the Goths had exploited that weakness. The withdrawal from Dacia signaled to the Goths and other barbarian peoples that the Roman Empire was no longer invulnerable, that its borders could be pushed back through military pressure, and that Roman provinces could be conquered and occupied. The Goths had transformed themselves from peripheral raiders into a major military power capable of permanently displacing Roman authority from significant territories. The 3rd century crisis thus served as a catalyst for Gothic expansion and the consolidation of Gothic power. What had begun as opportunistic raids developed into systematic conquest and territorial acquisition. The Goths were not the only beneficiaries of Roman weakness in this period, but they were among the most successful and significant. By the end of the 3rd century, when the empire began to stabilize under stronger leadership, the Goths had established themselves not as temporary raiders, but as a permanent presence in territories previously held by Rome, setting the stage for the even more dramatic transformations of the following century. The Goths had learned important lessons about how to exploit Roman weakness and how to organize larger forces for extended campaigns. They had proven that they could defeat Roman armies, capture Roman cities, and establish themselves in Roman territory. This success transformed Gothic society itself. The traditional tribal structure began to break down as successful military leaders gathered larger followings and achieved authority that transcended tribal boundaries. The prestige of warfare increased, and young men from different tribes wanted to serve under successful commanders. Warrior bands became larger and more permanent, and the distinction between raids and actual territorial occupation began to blur. The transformation of the Goths from raiders to potential conquerors was underway. In the decades following the 3rd century crisis, as Rome recovered and stabilized, the Goths would remain a constant pressure on the Danube frontier. But they would never return to being a marginal threat that Rome could ignore. They had entered the stage of history as a major player, and their future interactions with Rome would shape the destiny of both peoples and of all of Europe. The success of Neva and other Gothic war leaders in the mid-3rd century had shown what was possible when multiple tribal groups could be united under a single commander. It demonstrated that Gothic warriors could not only raid, but could conquer and hold territory. It demonstrated that Roman legions could be defeated, that Roman cities could be captured, and that Roman provinces could be lost. But the early raids, spectacular as they were just the beginning. In the decades that followed, as Rome struggled with internal collapse and civil war, the Goths would expand their military operations far beyond the Danube frontier. They would take to the seas, and they would discover that Roman vulnerability extended not just to the land frontiers, but to the entire coastal regions of the EAC, turn Mediterranean. By the middle of the 3rd century, Gothic raiders had learned that the sea offered opportunities every bit as rich as the land. The Black Sea, which bordered Gothic territories to the south, became a highway for raiding expeditions. Gothic vessels, sometimes captured Roman ships, but more often built in a manner suited to coastal operations, set out from the mouths of the Danube and from other Gothic-controlled harbours. These were not massive naval fleets in the Roman manner, but rather smaller, faster vessels that could strike coastal cities and trading ports with devastating effect. The raids began in the 200s and continued sporadically for 2 decades or more, reaching a peak in the 200s and 60s. The targets were wealthy coastal cities in Asia Minor, particularly around the Black Sea coast. Trebizond, a major trading centre on the southern coast of the Black Sea, fell to Gothic raiders. The city of Ephesus in Asia Minor, one of the great cities of the Mediterranean world, was attacked. The sanctuary at Pergamon, home to a famous library and cultural treasures, was struck. Galatia, a region in Central Asia Minor, experienced Gothic raids. The attackers would appear suddenly, strike quickly, gather as much plunder as they could carry, and then retreat to their ships before Roman military forces could respond. The speed and mobility of these naval operations gave the Goths significant advantages. A garrison commander in an inland city might not even be aware of a coastal raid until it was already over and the Gothic ships were disappearing over the horizon. By time news reached Constantinople or military forces could be organised to respond, the raiders were already back in Gothic territories beyond easy pursuit. The raids terrified the populations of these cities and demonstrated that Rome could not protect its own citizens, not even in cities that had been centres of civilization for centuries. The economic damage was severe, trade was disrupted, merchants became afraid to travel, insurance costs rose, and the prosperity that these cities depended on began to decline. Some fortifications were strengthened, walls were built or rebuilt, and defences were improved in response to the Gothic threat. But these defensive measures came at enormous cost and were not always effective. A city under siege or attack by determined Gothic warriors could still be overwhelmed, or could suffer such damage that recovery took years. The psychological impact was perhaps as important as the material damage. The idea that the mighty Roman Empire could not protect its own heartland, that barbarian pirates could strike at will at the great cities of the Mediterranean, shook confidence in Roman power throughout the eastern provinces. It demonstrated that Rome was not as strong as everyone had assumed. It suggested that Roman military invincibility had been broken, perhaps permanently. These naval raids of the 260s represent a high point of Gothic power projection. They show that the Goths had developed sufficient maritime knowledge and capability to conduct operations far from their home territories. They had learned to build or operate ships, they had learned to coordinate multi-ship operations, and they had learned to organize supply lines for raiding expeditions. This was not a primitive people with no understanding of naval warfare. This was a people learning to exploit Roman weakness in every domain, on land and at sea, using whatever tools and methods they could develop or acquire. The raids also demonstrated that Gothic society was becoming more organized and more unified. Conducting such large-scale operations, involving multiple war bands and coordinated movement over long distances, required planning, logistics, and centralized leadership. Successful leaders could gather enormous followings and could command loyalty from warriors across tribal boundaries. The old tribal system was beginning to break down as military success created new power structures and new forms of authority. But while the naval raids continued to devastate the coasts of Asia Minor, other Gothic leaders on the land frontier were achieving even more spectacular successes. By the late 260s, a Gothic leader or alliance of leaders emerged whose military victories would surpass even those of neither. The circumstances were perfect for an ambitious warrior. Rome was fragmented, torn by civil war, its armies divided among competing claimants to the throne. The Emperor Valerian had been defeated by the Persians and captured in 260, an event so shocking that it required several decades for Romans to fully process the humiliation of having their emperor taken alive by the enemy and supposedly dying in Persian captivity. In the West, a separate empire had formed under breakaway emperors. In the East, various claimants fought for dominance, each claiming legitimacy, each gathering supporters, each weakening the central authority further. The central authority in Rome had virtually ceased to function in any meaningful way. Tax revenues were diverted to support local strongmen. Legions marched under the banners of rival claimants, rather than under the authority of a legitimate central government. The imperial treasury was depleted from supporting multiple simultaneous wars in different theatres. Into this chaos came a Roman general named Marcus Aurelius Claudius, known to history as Claudius Gothicus. Claudius was different from the weaklings and civil war victims who had come before. He was a strong military commander, and he rose to power in 268 with the primary purpose of defending the Danube, a frontier against Gothic invasion. By 269, Claudius had organized his forces and was ready to confront the Gothic threat. The Battle of Naissus in 269, fought near the city of the same name in modern Serbia, was the culmination of Gothic expansion and Roman desperation. Claudius commanded a combined force of legions and auxiliaries numbering perhaps 50,000 men. These were professional soldiers, trained and disciplined, equipped with armor and weapons of high quality. The Gothic army, led by Goths whose names are lost to history, numbered possibly 200,000 warriors, an enormous force that stretched for miles when assembled for battle. The Goths had gathered multiple tribal groups under their banners, had recruited or allied with Sarmatians and other steppe peoples, and had created a military machine that dwarfed anything Rome had assembled in decades. The sheer numerical advantage of the Goths was overwhelming. For every Roman soldier, there were 4 Gothic warriors. The odds seemed impossible. Any reasonable military calculator would have predicted a Gothic victory. The battle was desperate and prolonged, fought over several days as the two armies clashed repeatedly. The Gothic cavalry, superior in numbers and skill, dominated much of the fighting. Wave after wave of mounted warriors charged against Roman positions, attempting to break through the Roman lines or to encircle the Roman forces. But Claudius proved to be an exceptional commander. He understood tactics, he understood how to deploy limited forces effectively against superior numbers, and he understood how to wear down an enemy through sustained combat. The Romans held their formations, maintained their discipline, and used their superior armor and engineering to compensate for being outnumbered. Disciplined infantry in tight formation could resist cavalry charges. The long Roman training, the standardized tactics, the clear chain of command, these advantages of organization allowed Roman forces to function as a unit, even when facing overwhelming numbers. The battle raged back and forth, with neither side willing to give ground. But gradually, over the course of the fighting, the Roman discipline and the superior leadership of Claudius began to tell. The Gothic forces, despite their numbers, could not achieve a decisive breakthrough. The Romans held their center, protected the rear flanks, and prevented the Goths from surrounding and destroying the legions. As the battle continued, the Goths lost cohesion. Their vast numbers, which had seemed an overwhelming advantage, became a disadvantage as they struggled to coordinate their movements and maintain communication across such a large force. Messengers could not reach distant sections of the army quickly. Tribal leaders sometimes pursued their own tactical objectives rather than following the overall plan. The Romans, by contrast, maintained their discipline and their lines. Units responded to commands. Reserves were moved to threatened sectors, and the defense held firm. By the end of the battle, the Goths were in retreat. Claudius pursued them aggressively, and his forces inflicted enormous casualties. Estimates suggest that as many as 50,000 Gothic warriors were killed in the battle and the pursuit that followed. It was one of the most devastating defeats that the Goths had ever suffered. The bodies of the dead covered the battlefield and the surrounding countryside, a grim testimony to the ferocity of the fighting and to the terrible cost of the battle. For a Gothic warrior to be killed in battle and left unburied in enemy territory was a profound dishonor. The scale of casualties meant that thousands of Gothic families would never know what happened to their sons and husbands. The victory was so decisive that it temporarily ended the Gothic threat. For the first time in decades, Rome had defeated a major Gothic invasion and inflicted such damage that the Goths could not immediately launch another campaign. Claudius became famous throughout the empire, and he briefly seemed to be the strong leader that Rome desperately needed. He received the title Gothicus in honor of his victory over the Goths. He became emperor, and his reign seemed to promise a recovery of Roman power and a restoration of central authority. But Claudius died within a year or two of his triumph, and without his strong leadership, the empire again began to fragment. His successors were not his equal as military commanders or administrators. The momentum he had created was lost, and the Goths, despite their terrible defeat, were not conquered or destroyed. They had been set back, severely damaged, but they remained a powerful force in the territories north of the Danube. In the aftermath of Naissus, the Goths were forced to consolidate, to reorganize, and to retreat to their core territories. But Rome did not push its advantage. Instead, the empire was again distracted by civil wars and other threats. The Goths used the reprieve to settle themselves in territories they now controlled firmly. The evacuation of Dacia by Emperor Aurelian, which had seemed like a defeat, actually simplified the situation. Instead of dealing with Roman garrisons in a partially held territory, the Goths now had complete control. They could settle permanently, establish communities, and develop agricultural systems. Dacia, formerly Roman, gradually became Gothic. The population of Gothic peoples formerly scattered from the Baltic to the Black Sea now began to concentrate in particular areas. Some settled in Dacia and the territories to the south, in Thrace and Moesia. These western settlements, closer to Rome and the Mediterranean, would become the core of the Visigothic realm. Others, particularly from the eastern Black Sea regions, moved to territories stretching from Dacia eastward to the Don River. These eastern territories would become associated with the Ostrogoths. The separation was gradual, resulting from geography and different pressures facing the two groups. The divide was not absolute. Goths between the regions maintained contact, and cultural and commercial exchanges continued. But by the early 4th century, it was clear the Gothic people were dividing into two distinct populations, with different territorial bases and different trajectories. The two major Gothic groups that would come to dominate the next phase of history were the Tervingi and the Greuthungi. The Tervingi lived to the west of the Dniester River, in territories that included Dacia, Thrace, and Moesia, regions closer to the Roman frontier and closer to the Mediterranean world. The Greuthungi lived to the east of the Dniester River, in territories stretching eastward toward the Don River and the Black Sea region. The Greuthungi territories were farther from Rome, but more deeply embedded in the steppes. The names Tervingi and Greuthungi were probably the original Gothic names for these groups, though we know them primarily through Roman sources. Eventually, the Tervingi would become known as the Visigoths, the Western or visible Goths, while the Greuthungi would become the Ostrogoths, the Eastern or original Goths. But these later names, applied by Roman historians, reflected the perspective of Rome, looking at Gothic groups from west to east. The Goths themselves probably would not have used these terms in their original languages. The separation between these two groups was reinforced by geography and by the increasing consolidation of Gothic settlements. The Dniester River served as a natural boundary, and the territories on either side of it developed different characteristics. The Tervingi, living closer to the Roman frontier, had more contact with Roman culture and Roman goods. They were more exposed to Roman military pressure and Roman political influence. They had more opportunity for trade and for more peaceful economic exchange with the Empire. The Greuthungi, living farther to the east, were more oriented toward the steppe world. They had more contact with Sarmatians, with other steppe nomads, and with the peoples of the Black Sea region. Their economy was more oriented toward pastoral activities and raiding than toward trade with Rome. The cultural development of the two groups began to diverge as a result of these different circumstances and different contacts. The Tervingi became somewhat more Romanized, adopting certain Roman practices and ideas while maintaining their Germanic core identity. The Greuthungi remained more firmly oriented toward the steppe tradition and maintained a culture that was more purely Germanic in character. Yet both groups remained fundamentally Gothic. They maintained the same religious beliefs. They spoke related Germanic languages, and they maintained contact with each other through trade, diplomacy, and occasionally through military alliances. They were distinct enough to be recognized as separate peoples by their contemporaries, but similar enough to be recognized as members of the same broad Gothic family. The separation of the Goths into these two groups might have continued indefinitely, with the Tervingi and Greuthungi developing as separate peoples with different relationships to Rome and to the wider world. But in the late 4th century, an event occurred that would shatter the established order and force both groups into a crisis of unprecedented magnitude. From the east, out of the vast steppes of Central Asia, came a people who would prove far more formidable than any Rome had yet encountered. They were the Huns, and their arrival in Eastern Europe would transform everything. The origins of the Huns remain somewhat mysterious. They came from the Asian steppes, from regions far to the east, beyond the Caspian Sea and the mountains of Central Asia. Their exact origin point is debated by scholars, but by the 4th century, they had become a major military power, dominating the steppes from Central Asia to the borders of Europe. Stories and rumours of the Huns had circulated through the Mediterranean world for years, exotic tales of fierce warriors from the distant east. But when the Huns actually appeared on the steppe horizon, moving westward with unstoppable momentum, the reality proved far more terrifying than the rumours. The Huns were a nomadic people, expert horsemen, and devastating warriors. They built their power not through fixed settlements and agriculture, but through conquest and tribute extraction. Subject peoples paid taxes to the Hun Khans, and in exchange, they received protection from external threats, or at least the threat of those protections was used to compel submission. The system was simple, but effective. Resist and be destroyed, or submit and live under Hun authority. The Huns were organized under powerful Khans, war leaders who could command loyalty from vast numbers of warriors. Unlike the relatively decentralized Gothic system of tribal organization, Hun society was more hierarchical and more centralized. A Hun Khan could command thousands of warriors and could coordinate large-scale military operations across vast distances. This level of organization made the Huns extraordinarily effective as a military force. By the 360s and 370s, the Huns began to push westward into the territories traditionally controlled by the Goths. The Greuthungi, living to the east, were the first to face the Hun onslaught. The Greuthungi had a choice. They could attempt to resist the Huns directly, but the Huns' superior cavalry and their more centralized military organization gave them significant advantages. Resistance was possible, but would be extremely costly, and victory was uncertain. Or the Grotthungi could submit to Hun overlordship, acknowledge the Khan as their superior, pay tribute, and accept a subordinate position within the Hun Confederation. Some Grotthungi did indeed submit to Hun rule. Large numbers of Grotthungi warriors became incorporated into Hun armies, serving as auxiliary troops under Hun command. These Gothic auxiliary troops actually fought well in Hun armies, and the Huns valued them as allies. The Grotthungi who submitted to the Huns were generally treated well, at least in comparative terms. They were allowed to maintain their own leaders and their own cultural practices. They retained their identity as Grotthungi, even as they became subject to Hun authority. Many Grotthungi apparently accepted this arrangement as preferable to the warfare and destruction that would have resulted from resistance. The Grotthungi under Hun rule would later become known as the Ostrogoths, the Eastern Goths, and their long domination by the Huns would shape their culture and political structure for generations. Some Grotthungi did resist, and those who resisted faced either death in battle or flight before the Hun advance. Many of these refugees moved westward, seeking to escape the Hunnic pressure. They crossed into territories controlled by the Tervingi, and they brought with them stories of Hun power and Hun ferocity. The appearance of Hunnic warriors on the steppes terrified the peoples of Eastern Europe. The Huns were completely unlike any enemy that the Goths or other European peoples had previously encountered. They were expert cavalry archers, capable of striking from a distance with deadly accuracy. A Hun archer could fire arrows while riding at full gallop, could strike targets with precision from hundreds of yards away, and could deliver volleys of arrows into enemy formations before the enemy could even respond. They were also fearless in close combat, wielding curved swords and battle axes with devastating effect. They lived on horseback, moving with incredible speed and being able to sustain operations in terrain and conditions that would have exhausted other armies. Their horses, smaller than the breeds familiar to Europeans but incredibly hardy and swift, could subsist on sparse vegetation and could travel distances that would have broken down European cavalry mounts. The horses could traverse terrain that was impassable for normal armies, could ford rivers and cross steppes with ease. The Huns fought as a coordinated force under the command of their Khans, not as independent warriors or tribal contingents. This gave them a level of discipline and tactical sophistication that was difficult for more loosely organized forces to counter. Individual Gothic warriors might be as brave and as skilled as individual Hun warriors, but in organized conflict, the Huns had overwhelming advantages. For the Grotthungi and other peoples caught in the path of the Hun advance, the arrival of the Huns represented an existential threat. It was not a question of managing a particular conflict or adapting to a particular pressure. It was a question of survival. The alternative to submission or flight was extinction. Under these terrible pressures, the structure of Gothic society began to transform. The Grotthungi, most of whom remained east of the Dniester under Hunnic dominion, began to coalesce around powerful leaders who could negotiate with the Hun Khans and who could protect their people through submission rather than through resistance. The traditional tribal system proved inadequate for dealing with the Hunnic threat. More centralized authority became necessary, and stronger war leaders emerged who could command respect and loyalty across traditional tribal boundaries. The Hunnic pressure did more than just reorganize Gothic society. It set in motion a chain of events that would eventually bring hundreds of thousands of Goths westward toward the Roman frontier, and would initiate the sequence of events that would lead to the fall of Rome itself. The arrival of the Huns was a catastrophe for the Gothic peoples, but it was also a turning point that would elevate Gothic history to the center of a world events. By the 300s and 70s, as the Hunnic pressure continued to build, the Tervingi and other Goths living west of the Dniester began to face refugee crises of unprecedented scale. Tens of thousands of Goths fleeing the Huns were moving westward, seeking safety in Gothic territories closer to Rome. These refugees brought reports of the Hunnic military machine, and the scale of the threat. The more established Gothic populations, already facing Hunnic pressure themselves as the Huns continued their westward advance, began to contemplate a desperate option. If the Huns could not be stopped by force, and if the lands of the Goths were being overrun, then perhaps the only viable solution was to seek refuge within the Roman Empire itself. The idea was not new. Barbarian peoples had crossed the Roman frontier before, sometimes with Roman permission and sometimes without. But the scale of what was being contemplated was unprecedented. Not thousands of refugees or warbands, but tens of thousands, possibly 100,000 or more Goths, seeking admission into Roman territory. The Gothic king of the Tervingi at this time was Fritigern, a leader of considerable capability and political acumen. Fritigern understood that his people faced an existential threat from the Huns. He also understood that Rome, whatever its weaknesses, remained a powerful civilization with resources and military capabilities. If the Goths could be admitted into Roman territory with status as allies, they might be able to preserve their people and maintain their independence within a Roman context. In 376, Fritigern approached Roman officials with a formal request. The Goths, he explained, were fleeing the Huns. They sought permission to cross the Danube and settle within the Roman Empire. They would become foederati, allies of Rome, and would provide military service in exchange for land and resources. The Emperor Valens, ruling the Eastern Roman Empire from Constantinople, faced a difficult decision. The Goths represented both a threat and an opportunity. A Gothic settlement of 100,000 warriors could provide significant military strength to an empire that was under pressure on multiple fronts. The prospect of having loyal auxiliary troops, a ready-made army of disciplined and motivated warriors, was attractive to military planners. Yet a settlement of that magnitude also carried risks. Could such a large population be adequately fed and controlled? Could they be prevented from becoming a threat to Roman security? Would they assimilate into Roman culture, or would they maintain their separate identity? Valens, apparently believing that the advantages outweighed the risks and perhaps underestimating the logistical challenges involved, agreed. The Goths were given permission to cross the Danube. The crossing itself was a logistical triumph and disaster combined. Hundreds of thousands of Goths, with all their possessions, their families, their livestock, attempted to cross a major river into Roman territory. The population attempting the crossing numbered somewhere between 90,000 and 200,000 individuals. The only crossing points were the established fords and bridgeheads along the frontier. The Roman military, responsible for controlling the crossings, was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of people seeking to cross. A ford that could accommodate hundreds of people per day was suddenly inundated with thousands. The administration simply lacked the capacity to process this volume of refugees. Boats overloaded with refugees capsized, and people drowned in the Danube. Elderly who were too weak to navigate the crossing on their own perished in the water. Children who could not swim were lost. Animals panicked and were swept downstream. Those waiting to cross were subjected to terrible conditions. Food was insufficient. The Roman military had not anticipated the need to provision such large numbers. The supplies that had been stockpiled were quickly exhausted. Disease spread among the crowded populations waiting at the crossing points. Dysentery and other illnesses swept through the camps. The journey from Gothic territories to the Danube, and then the wait and crossing itself, took a terrible toll. Thousands of Goths died in the process, from disease, starvation, drowning, and accident. The death toll among infants and the elderly was particularly high. By the time the crossing was complete, perhaps 20 or 30,000 Goths had died before even properly entering Roman territory. Those who survived the crossing emerged desperate, impoverished, and traumatized. They had lost everything, left their homes, and risked their lives. They had endured the journey driven by the knowledge that behind them the Huns were advancing. Now they needed food, shelter, and security. The Roman promise of land and resources became their only hope of survival. The Goths who crossed the Danube in 376 had gambled everything on Roman hospitality and Roman competence. Time would show that this gamble was catastrophically mistaken. But the Roman Empire that the Goths entered was not the stable, orderly entity they may have expected. The Roman provincial administration in the Danube region was corrupt, understaffed, and disorganized. The officials responsible for distributing supplies and managing the settlement were more interested in personal enrichment than in the welfare of the Gothic refugees. The supply system broke down almost immediately. The food promised to the Goths never arrived in adequate quantities. The Goths, already weakened by the journey and desperate from their circumstances, found themselves starving in the midst of an empire that claimed it could not feed them. The situation was made worse by the incompetence of the Roman officials responsible for the settlement program. They had not adequately prepared for the arrival of such large numbers. Food supplies were insufficient. The facilities for sheltering such a population had not been constructed. Medical care was non-existent. The officials in Constantinople had issued orders for the settlement, but had not provided adequate funding or resources for implementation. The local governors and officials, left to handle the crisis with inadequate resources, began to view the Goths as a burden and a problem rather than as allies. Roman soldiers, the frontier troops who were supposed to manage the settlement, treated the Goths with contempt and cruelty. Local Roman merchants saw an opportunity for profit. They sold food to the Goths at inflated prices and sometimes refused to sell at any price, reserving available supplies for Roman civilians. Roman officials confiscated Gothic valuables under the pretense of taxation. The officials would claim that the Goths needed to pay for the privilege of settling in Roman territory and would seize whatever goods or valuables the Goths possessed. Gothic warriors, accustomed to status and respect within their own society, found themselves treated as inferiors and second-class residents. They were forbidden from carrying weapons openly. They were excluded from Roman social institutions. They were denied access to the best land. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The Goths, promised land and resources, found themselves landless, resourceless, and increasingly desperate. Their hope of finding safety within the Roman Empire was turning into a nightmare of hardship and humiliation. The children cried from hunger. The elderly died from disease and malnutrition. Mothers watched their babies starve. The Gothic warriors, the armed force that Rome had invited into the empire, found themselves unable to protect even their own families. The shame of helplessness combined with the desperation of hunger created a volatile situation. The resentment grew and deepened. The initial gratitude for being allowed to cross the river gave way to anger and desperation. The Goths realized that they had been betrayed. The empire that had promised them refuge was instead exploiting their vulnerability. The Roman officials were not interested in the welfare of their Gothic allies. They were interested in extracting wealth from them and in maintaining their subordinate status. Some Roman officials apparently believed that starving the Goths into submission would be easier than actually providing them with resources. As the conditions deteriorated, tensions mounted. The Goths, desperate and armed, began to resist. They demanded the resources that had been promised to them. They demanded fair treatment and adequate food. Roman officials, rather than attempting to address these grievances or repair the failing system, responded with increased repression. Roman soldiers were deployed to suppress Gothic resistance. Soldiers were stationed at food distribution points with orders to use force if necessary. Roman officials became more arrogant and dismissive. They blamed the Goths for not being able to feed themselves rather than acknowledging the failure of Roman administration. The situation spiraled rapidly from a manageable integration crisis into a genuine military emergency. The Goths, confronted with starvation and contempt and aware that they had been betrayed, began to contemplate rebellion. They were no longer grateful refugees seeking protection. They were a desperate and armed population that had nothing left to lose. The decision to allow the Goths to cross the Danube with their weapons, to keep them together in large groups rather than dispersing them among the provinces, and to treat them with contempt and cruelty rather than attempting to integrate them, would prove to be catastrophically mistaken. The Roman officials had turned potential allies into certain enemies. Within months of crossing the Danube, the Goths would rise in rebellion, and the consequences would reshape the history of the ancient world. By the spring and early summer of 377, the situation within the Gothic refugee camps had become untenable. The starvation, the theft of supplies by Roman merchants and officials, and the systematic humiliation of Gothic warriors had reached a breaking point. The Goths who had crossed the Danube seeking refuge had discovered that refuge was a trap. The Roman promises had been lies. The aid was not coming. The land they had been promised was not being given. The supplies that had been allocated never arrived. The officials who were supposed to manage the settlement were instead enriching themselves by exploiting the desperate Gothic population. The scale of the humanitarian crisis was staggering. Infants and the elderly died in disproportionate numbers. Disease swept through the camps. Mothers had no food to give their children. Warriors, accustomed to honor and status within their own society, watched helplessly as their families suffered. The psychological torment was as severe as the physical deprivation. Fritigern, the Gothic king who had negotiated the crossing and who had staked his authority on the belief that peace with Rome was possible, now faced a crisis of legitimacy. His people were suffering. They were hungry. They were dying. And they were turning against him for having trusted the Romans in the first place. He had promised them refuge. He had told them that Rome would treat them as allies. He had staked his reputation on the agreement with Valens, and everything had fallen apart. The anger directed at Fritigern was as intense as the despair about their circumstances. Some Gothic leaders began to argue for armed resistance. If the Romans would not provide the promised supplies and support, then the Goths would take what they needed by force. They would seize the food in the Roman storehouses. They would demand fair treatment, or they would fight for it. Fritigern initially resisted these pressures. He understood the risks of open rebellion against Rome. Rome still had significant military power, still had the resources of the empire behind it, still had trained legions that could be mobilized. But as the situation deteriorated, and as the Roman officials became more arrogant and more dismissive, even Fritigern came to accept that peaceful coexistence was impossible. The Roman provincial commanders, particularly the officials Lupicinus and Maximus, seemed to take satisfaction in the suffering of the Gothic population. They viewed the Goths as a problem to be contained and controlled, not as the allies that the treaty supposedly made them. Some historians have suggested that the Roman strategy was deliberate, that the officials believed that starving the Goths into submission would be cheaper and easier than actually providing them with resources. By late 377, elements of the Gothic population were already in armed conflict with Roman forces. Small skirmishes broke out at various points along the frontier. Gothic warriors, desperate and enraged, raided Roman stores and settlements seeking food and supplies. Roman soldiers were deployed to suppress these raids and to maintain control over the Gothic population. The fighting was irregular and brutal. Gothic warriors faced off against Roman soldiers in encounters that were no longer diplomatic negotiations, but outright warfare. Small bands of Goths would strike at Roman positions and then disperse before organized Roman forces could respond. Roman soldiers would burn Gothic camps and execute captured Gothic warriors as examples to frighten others into submission. What had begun as desperate survival behavior was rapidly escalating into systematic organized conflict. The crisis came to a head in 378. Roman provincial administrators, alarmed by the growing Gothic unrest and convinced that force could suppress the rebellion, deployed military units to contain the Gothic population. The Goths were concentrated in areas south of the Danube, between the Danube frontier and the Balkan Mountains. Roman forces attempted to use this geography to contain them, to prevent them from dispersing into the broader empire. But the Romans had already made several critical errors, and these errors now compounded. The Goths had not been dispersed and scattered into small groups in different regions, as was standard practice with barbarian settlements. They were concentrated in large numbers, still organized under their own leaders, and still armed with weapons. A concentrated Gothic population in armed conflict with the Roman army was a catastrophe waiting to happen. The Roman military response was to send the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens and a large army to deal with the crisis. Valens was an experienced military commander. He had fought on various frontiers and had held imperial authority for nearly 2 decades. He had every reason to believe that he could suppress a Gothic uprising. He was the emperor. He commanded the resources of the entire Eastern Roman Empire. He had professional legions, experienced officers, and superior equipment. He had also achieved a significant military victory some years earlier against the Persians, which had reinforced his confidence in his own military judgment. Against him stood Gothic warriors, desperate refugees, women and children, and a coalition of tribal groups that had not previously coordinated at this scale. Valens was confident. He was, in fact, overconfident. The very magnitude of the Gothic problem had convinced him that a decisive military victory would resolve the entire situation. If he could defeat Fritigern and destroy the main Gothic army, the remaining Gothic population would presumably submit. By August 378, the Roman army under Valens had caught up with the main Gothic force near the city of Adrianople in Thrace. The Gothic army was large, perhaps numbering somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 warriors, along with women, children, and baggage trains. Fritigern was in command, along with other Gothic leaders, including the chieftain Alavivus. The Romans had roughly the same number of soldiers, perhaps 50,000 men in Valens' immediate force, and additional forces were still moving toward the battle area, including additional Roman legions that were approaching from the north. The two armies faced each other across the plains near Adrianople. Fritigern attempted negotiations. He sent emissaries to Valens requesting a peaceful settlement. He offered terms. The Goths would cease hostilities. They would accept a settlement in Roman territory. They would even provide military service in the Roman army. All that was required was that Rome provide the supplies and treatment that had been promised at the beginning of the agreement. Fritigern seems to have been making a genuine effort to avoid the final catastrophe that he could see approaching. He understood that the Goths could not defeat Rome in a sustained war, but in a single battle, particularly one fought in conditions favorable to the Goths, victory was possible. The threat of victory might force Valens to negotiate seriously, but Valens rejected the offers. He had concluded that the Goths were rebels and enemies, not allies and refugees. He viewed negotiations not as a path to peace, but as an attempt by Fritigern to delay or distract the Roman forces. The only appropriate response was military victory. He gave orders for the Roman army to prepare for battle. Valens had made his decision, and he seems to have been determined not to reconsider it. But in the moments before the actual fighting began, something happened that changed the entire course of the battle and the course of history. Part of the Gothic cavalry force, which had been absent from the Gothic camp, was returning from a foraging expedition. They had been sent out to find food and supplies, scattered across the countryside in search of anything that could feed the desperate Gothic population. As these cavalry forces approached the Roman positions, Fritigern realized he had an opportunity. He sent messages to Valens again, extending what amounted to a peace offer, a last chance for negotiation before fighting began. Valens, eager for battle and confident in Roman victory, dismissed these efforts as stalling tactics. He ordered his forces forward. What followed was the most devastating Roman military defeat since the Persian capture of the Emperor Valerian more than a century earlier. The Roman army, deployed across the plain near Adrianople, advanced against the Gothic positions. The Gothic warriors, despite being refugees and not a professional army, held their ground. The fighting was desperate and brutal. Gothic warriors, fighting for their families and their lives, fought with ferocity. The Roman soldiers, trained and disciplined, fought with all their skill and training. The battle raged back and forth across the plains. But then the Gothic cavalry returned from their foraging expedition. They appeared on the flank of the Roman forces. Whether this was coordinated with Fritigern or whether it was a fortunate coincidence is uncertain, but the effect was devastating. The Gothic cavalry struck the Roman flank and rear. The Roman soldiers, who had been fighting in disciplined formation against the Gothic front, suddenly found themselves assailed from multiple directions. They were surrounded, unable to retreat, unable to break out. The Roman formation, the source of Roman military superiority, collapsed under the pressure. The fighting became a massacre. Roman soldiers, trapped in tight formation by the surrounding Gothic cavalry and warriors, were slaughtered by the tens of thousands. The casualty toll was extraordinary. Estimates suggest that as many as 40,000 Roman soldiers were killed on the field and in the immediate aftermath. The Roman army was destroyed. The Emperor Valens himself was killed in the battle. Though his body was never recovered, the complete destruction of a Roman army and the death of an emperor was shocking to the entire empire. It demonstrated that Roman military power was not invincible, that Gothic warriors could stand against the best that Rome could field, and that the empire was vulnerable in ways that had not been fully appreciated before this moment. The Battle of Adrianople on August 9th, 378, stands as one of the most consequential battles in world history. It marked a fundamental shift in power dynamics in the Mediterranean world. It demonstrated that the age of Roman military dominance was ending. It showed that the barbarian peoples north of the Danube and Rhine could defeat Rome in pitched battle. It revealed that Rome's carefully trained legions, for all their discipline and organization, could be overcome through superior numbers, superior tactics, or superior leadership. The victory was so complete and so shocking that it reverberated through the entire empire. The Goths had won. They had defeated the emperor's army. They had killed the emperor himself. They were now the dominant military force in the Balkan region. Nothing could stop them from taking whatever they wanted. Or so it seemed. The aftermath of Adrianople was chaos. The Goths, though victorious, found themselves still trapped in a situation that was not sustainable. They had defeated one Roman army, but Rome had other armies. The empire had resources, even if Rome was fragmenting politically. The Goths had no clear objective beyond immediate survival. They had no plan for what came next after defeating Valens. They could raid. They could pillage the countryside. They could demand tributes from cities. But they could not hold territory against Roman counterattack. They lacked the organizational structure and the settled administrative systems necessary to rule territory permanently. They had no civil administration, no system for collecting taxes, no legal codes that could be applied across a diverse population. They could conquer militarily, but could not consolidate politically. They could not establish themselves as a permanent power without reaching some kind of accommodation with the empire. The Roman Empire, despite the loss of the emperor and the destruction of his army, still represented the most powerful political and economic entity in the Mediterranean world. Fritigern and the other Gothic leaders recognized this reality. In the years immediately following Adrianople, there was no great Gothic invasion of Italy or conquest of the empire. Instead, there were years of negotiation, warfare, and political maneuvering as the Goths and Rome attempted to reach a settlement. The fighting continued sporadically, with the Goths raiding deeper into Roman territory and Roman forces attempting to contain them, but the conflicts were not part of a coordinated strategy on either side. Rather, they were the result of desperation on the part of the Goths and confusion on the part of Rome. Rome, under the Emperor Theodosius I, who took power in 379, eventually recognized the futility of trying to crush the Goths through military force. Theodosius was aware that the military resources of the empire were severely depleted. The army that Valens had brought to Adrianople had been destroyed. Other armies were committed to other frontiers. The empire simply did not have the concentrated military force available to overwhelm the Goths militarily. Theodosius, a competent military commander and a shrewd political operator, pursued a different strategy. He negotiated with Fritigern and the other Gothic leaders. He offered them land within the empire where they could settle. He offered them autonomy, the right to govern themselves according to their own laws and customs. He offered them military service, the opportunity for Gothic warriors to fight for the empire and to be paid for their service. In exchange, the Goths would accept the authority of the emperor and would not threaten the security of the empire. The settlement was formalized in a treaty in 382. The Goths were given territory in the Balkans between the Danube River and the Balkan Mountains. They were recognized as federati, allied peoples, rather than as conquered subjects. They would maintain their own leaders and their own military organization. They would provide troops for the empire's armies. In return, they would receive payments from the imperial treasury and would have access to Roman markets and resources. The arrangement was revolutionary in its way. Rome had never before admitted such a large population of barbarians into the empire as an autonomous allied people. The traditional Roman approach had been to either conquer barbarian peoples and force them into the empire as subjects, or to destroy them. This was a third option: live and let live, as long as the Goths accepted Roman overlordship and Roman payment. For Fritigern and the Gothic leaders, it was a victory of sorts. They had secured land for their people. They had secured resources and supplies. They had maintained their independence and their ability to govern themselves. The cost was accepting a subordinate position within the Roman Empire. It was not the outcome they had hoped for when they first crossed the Danube seeking refuge, but it was survival. And after the horrors of the crossing and the betrayal that followed, survival was a meaningful achievement. The Gothic settlement in the Balkans created a new political reality in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Goths were now within the empire, but not of the empire. They had their own law, their own military, their own leaders. They were an armed people under arms within Roman territory. This arrangement proved to be unstable in the long term, but in the short term, it provided the stability necessary for both the Goths and Rome to recover from the trauma of Adrianople and the preceding years. The death of Fritigern, which likely occurred sometime in the 380s, marked a transition in Gothic leadership. Various leaders emerged among the Goths, some more cooperative with Rome than others. But the key transition came in the 390s, when a younger Gothic noble rose to prominence. His name was Alaric, and he would become the most famous of all Gothic leaders, the man who would transform the Gothic presence in the Balkans into the dominant military and political force in the Mediterranean world. Alaric was born around 370 into the Gothic nobility, possibly into the royal family. He grew up during the crisis years, during the crossing of the Danube, during the horror of starvation and betrayal, during the triumph of Adrianople. He came of age as a warrior during the period of settlement in the Balkans, under the Treaty of 382. He rose through the ranks of the Gothic military hierarchy, proving himself as a capable commander and a leader who could attract loyal followers. By the 390s, Alaric had become one of the most prominent Gothic leaders and was recognized as such by both the Gothic population and by Roman officials. Alaric was different from Fritigern. Where Fritigern had sought peace and accommodation with Rome, Alaric was more aggressive and more willing to use the threat of force to extract concessions from the empire. Alaric understood that the Goths had military power. He understood that Rome needed the Goths more than the Goths needed Rome. He understood that by threatening to rebel, to raid, to destabilize the Balkans, he could force Rome to provide more resources, more land, more status, and more power. Alaric began to position himself as the paramount Gothic leader, the king who could command the loyalty of multiple Gothic contingents and who could organize them into a unified force. This was a significant change from the decentralized leadership that had characterized Gothic society. But the concentration of power in Alaric's hands reflected the realities of the time. A unified Gothic force under a single leader could extract more from Rome than multiple independent groups could achieve separately. By the early years of the 5th century, Alaric had made himself the king of the Visigoths, the Western Goths, the Goths who were settled in Roman territory. The term Visigoth had not been used previously in this formal way, but it began to emerge as the designation for the Goths under Alaric's leadership, the visible Goths, the ones within Roman territory and visible to Rome. Alaric began to demand concessions from Rome. He demanded more payments. He demanded higher status. He demanded the right to settle his people in more fertile lands. He demanded recognition as a military equal to Roman commanders. He began to raid across the frontier into southern Greece and into Roman provinces. These were not the large-scale invasions of the empire, but rather raids meant to demonstrate power and to force Rome to negotiate. The empire initially responded with military force, but Alaric had become a capable commander, and Roman attempts to suppress him militarily proved unsuccessful. Instead, Rome began to make concessions. Alaric was given the rank of Master of Soldiers, a high military position within the Roman army. He was granted larger territories for his people to settle. He was given larger payments from the imperial treasury. The strategy of appeasement worked to a degree. Alaric accepted the positions and the payments. He ceased his raids. He even provided military service to Rome, fighting against other enemies of the empire. But the underlying tension remained. Alaric and the Gothic people felt that they were not being treated as equals by Rome. They felt that Rome was stalling, that Rome was not truly honouring the commitments it had made, that Rome was playing for time while trying to find ways to reduce the Gothic power and influence. On Rome's side, there was frustration with Alaric's constant demands. The empire had already given him more than any barbarian leader had received. What more could he want? Rome felt that it was being bled dry by Gothic demands. The treasury was being depleted by payments to Alaric. Lands were being given to Goths that might have been used to settle Roman veterans or to be distributed to Roman supporters. There was a perception that Alaric was using the threat of rebellion as a form of blackmail, and that Rome was being forced to capitulate to his demands. By the early years of the 5th century, this tension had reached a crisis point. The emperor in the west, Honorius, and his principal military commander, Stilicho, attempted to rein in Alaric. They reduced payments to the Goths. They refused to grant him the lands and status he demanded. They began to treat Alaric as a threat, rather than as an ally. It became clear that Rome was not going to continue to make the concessions that Alaric expected. The policy of appeasement had ended. and Rome was returning to a confrontational stance toward the Goths. Alaric, feeling himself betrayed and disrespected, and facing the loss of his ability to pay his followers and to maintain his power base, made a decision. He would use his military force not to defend Rome or to support Roman interests, but to attack Rome itself. The decision was partly about necessity. If Alaric could not extract resources from Rome through negotiation, he would take them through force, but it was also about honor and respect. Alaric had been treated as less than an equal by Roman officials. He had been promised much and given little. He had served Rome faithfully and had been repaid with disrespect and broken promises. The response would be to prove, through military victory, that he and the Goths were a force that Rome could not ignore or dismiss. In 401, Alaric led the Visigothic army out of the Balkans and into Italy. The move shocked the Roman world. A barbarian leader had never before invaded the heartland of the empire so directly. Alaric's forces ravaged parts of Italy, defeating Roman armies that attempted to stop them. Cities trembled at the approach of Gothic forces. The Roman population, accustomed to living in security within the empire, suddenly faced the reality of foreign invasion. The Roman general Stilicho, one of the most capable military commanders of his age, was sent to deal with the crisis. Stilicho managed to contain Alaric's advance, but could not defeat him decisively. The two commanders engaged in a campaign that lasted several years, with various battles and skirmishes fought across Italian territory. Neither could achieve a decisive victory over the other. After several years of conflict, Alaric was again granted terms by the Roman government. He would be recognized as a military commander in Roman service. He would be given land and payments. He would be granted formal status within the empire's military hierarchy. But again, these terms were not honored consistently, or at least Alaric perceived them as not being honored. The new emperor, Honorius, lacked the military strength or the political authority to enforce the terms that had been granted. Stilicho died or was removed from power, eliminating the one Roman commander who had been capable of managing Alaric. Without a strong enforcer of the agreement, the terms fell apart. The supplies promised were not delivered. The land was not granted. Resentment and frustration continued to build. Alaric realized that no amount of negotiation or military posturing would ever secure what he and the Gothic people needed from Rome. Rome would never voluntarily grant them the status, the resources, or the respect that they deserved. The final crisis came in the years around 408 and 409. The Western Roman Empire was fragmenting politically. The Emperor Honorius was weak and ineffective, resident in the city of Ravenna, and largely isolated from the real power centers of the empire. His government was riven by factional conflict. Multiple ambitious generals competed for power and authority. The military situation was deteriorating on multiple fronts. The Roman Empire was under pressure from Germanic peoples on all its frontiers. Britain had been abandoned to its own devices. Gaul was falling under the control of various Germanic kingdoms. Spain was threatened by Germanic invaders. The government could not seem to deliver on its promises to Alaric and the Goths. The financial systems of the empire were breaking down. Tax revenues were declining. The treasury could not support the payments that had been promised. Frustrated by years of broken promises and disrespect, and facing the collapse of any hope for a negotiated settlement, Alaric made the decision to sack Rome itself. It was a decision born of necessity, but it was also a statement. Alaric would prove, in the most dramatic way possible, that Rome was not invincible. Rome could be taken and Rome could be sacked by a barbarian leader and his army. In August of 410, Alaric led his forces into the city of Rome, the city that had ruled the Mediterranean world for centuries. the eternal city that had never been captured by a foreign enemy. His forces broke through the gates and entered the city. The sack lasted for 3 days. Alaric's soldiers looted the city, taking treasure, taking valuables, taking whatever could be carried away. They burned buildings, though not systematically or completely. The city was not destroyed in the manner of a city under siege and assault, but significant damage was done. Valuables accumulated over centuries were carried away. The psychological impact was immense. Rome had fallen. The barbarians had taken the eternal city. The shock reverberated across the Mediterranean world and across the empire. The news spread quickly to every corner of the known world. Rome was not invincible. Rome could be captured and sacked by a barbarian king and his army. The fundamental assumption that Rome was eternal, that Rome would endure forever, that Rome's civilization was too strong to be overthrown, all of this was called into question. For Christians, the fall of Rome raised theological questions. How could God permit the Christian empire to fall to barbarian pagans? The great Christian theologian Augustine would spend much of the remainder of his life grappling with the question raised by the fall of Rome. The material damage from the sack was significant but not catastrophic. The population of the city suffered, but the city itself was not completely destroyed. What was destroyed was the myth of Roman invulnerability. That was worth more than all the treasure Alaric's soldiers could carry. After the sack, Alaric did not attempt to hold Rome or to establish himself as ruler of Italy. Instead, he and his forces moved south and west, eventually crossing into Gaul. His objective was to establish a permanent settlement for the Gothic people, a homeland where they could build a kingdom and live secure from Roman military pressure. After negotiating with the Roman government, now under a new regime, a settlement was reached. The Visigoths would be settled in southern Gaul, in the region known as Aquitania. They would be given land, recognized as foederati, and would maintain their own government and military organization. While the Visigoths were building their settlement in Aquitania and consolidating their power in southern Gaul, a very different story was unfolding in the lands east of the Danube and north of the Black Sea, where the Ostrogoths, the Eastern Goths, the descendants of the Greuthungi, faced a fate that was in some ways more brutal and in other ways more extraordinary than anything the Visigoths had experienced. The Ostrogoths had not crossed the Danube. They had not sought refuge within the Roman Empire. Instead, they had remained in their ancestral territories in what is now Ukraine and southern Russia, territories that had been their home for centuries, territories that they had no intention of abandoning. But these territories were precisely the regions that the Huns had chosen to invade and conquer. The expansion of Hunnic power from the east, a process that had driven the Visigoths westward across the Danube, had an even more direct impact on the Ostrogoths. The Huns did not attack the Ostrogoths and drive them away. Instead, the Huns conquered them and incorporated them into the Hunnic Confederation. The Ostrogoths, a proud and independent people with their own kings, their own aristocracy, and their own military traditions, found themselves living under Hunnic rule, subject to Hunnic authority, required to provide military service to the Hunnic Empire, and forced to accept the reality that they were no longer independent masters of their own fate. This subjugation was not merely a military defeat followed by exile. It was an extended period of servitude and integration that lasted for many decades, perhaps 70 or 80 years from the time of the Hunnic conquest, around 370, until the collapse of the Hunnic Empire after Attila's death in 453. The Ostrogoths were compelled to fight in Hunnic armies, providing cavalry and warriors for every major campaign. They participated in Hunnic campaigns against Rome and against other peoples, establishing a reputation for martial prowess that would eventually serve them well. They paid tribute to the Hunnic rulers, contributing a portion of their wealth and their young men to the Hunnic war machine. They lived under the authority of Hunnic Khans. acknowledging their subordinate position in the Hunnic hierarchy. And yet, within this subordinate position, they maintained some degree of distinct identity. They were allowed to maintain their own leaders, their own royal families, their own military units within the larger Hunnic confederation. Ostrogothic kings could negotiate with Hunnic rulers, conducting diplomatic relations within the constraints of their subordinate status. Ostrogothic nobles could accumulate wealth and power through military service to the Huns, gaining prestige and influence within the broader Hunnic system. The Ostrogoths were not enslaved in the manner of conquered peasantry. The bulk of the Gothic population continued to live in their ancestral territories, tending their lands, raising their families, conducting the ordinary business of life, but they were also not free. They were, in a sense, a subject nation within the Hunnic Empire, and that status, while not as catastrophic as complete enslavement, was nonetheless deeply humiliating to a people who had once been masters of vast territories, rulers of the regions between the Danube and the Black Sea, a dominant force in Eastern Europe that commanded respect from Rome itself. The most famous Hunnic ruler was Attila, who became Khan in the middle of the 5th century and transformed the Hunnic Confederacy into the most powerful military force in the Mediterranean world. Attila was not interested in stability. He was interested in conquest, plunder, and the accumulation of tribute. He led massive military campaigns against Rome, invading the Balkans repeatedly and extracting enormous tributes from the Eastern Roman Empire. He threatened Constantinople itself, demanding payments that impoverished the imperial treasury. He invaded Gaul and was defeated by a combined Roman and Visigothic army at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451, where the Visigothic king Theodoric was killed fighting against the invasion. Attila then invaded Italy, threatening to sack Rome itself and extorting vast payments from the Italian population and government. Contemporary sources describe him in terms that mix admiration for his military genius with terror at his ruthlessness. He was the man who humbled the Eastern Roman Empire and threatened to bring down all of Roman civilization. But all of this depended on Attila's own life and authority. The Hunnic Empire was not a stable state with established institutions or orderly succession. It was a personal creation, held together by a single ruler's military success. When Attila died in 453, a crucial turning point in Gothic history, everything changed. The death of Attila and the rapid collapse of the Hunnic Confederacy gave the Ostrogoths an opportunity for liberation. In the aftermath of Attila's death, the Hunnic Empire fragmented with extraordinary speed. Attila's sons quarreled over succession. The unified authority could not be replicated by his successors. The confederates and allied peoples began to reassess their positions. Why should they remain subordinate to a weakened leadership when they could pursue their own interests? The Hunnic Empire dissolved within a few years. By a decade after Attila's death, the Hunnic Confederacy had effectively ceased to exist as a unified force. The Ostrogoths, sensing the weakness, saw their chance. They refused to accept Hunnic authority. They declared their independence. They reasserted their claim to territories they had lost, re-establishing themselves in their ancestral lands north of the Black Sea. They reconstructed their military organization and re-established their own political authority. The Ostrogoths were independent again, and independence was something worth celebrating and fighting for. But the Ostrogoths found themselves in a difficult situation, even after their liberation from Hunnic rule. Their territories had been devastated by decades of Hunnic occupation. The population had suffered through years of Hunnic tribute and military conscription. The economy had been disrupted. The political structures had been damaged by the years under Hunnic authority, and all around them, other Germanic peoples were moving. Other groups were seeking territory, and Rome still controlled the regions to the south and the west, the wealthy territories of the Balkans and the Mediterranean world. The Ostrogoths could not simply sit in their ancestral territories and wait for stability to return. The lands of Ukraine and southern Russia, though ancestral to the Goths, were exposed to further pressure from other barbarian groups. The Ostrogoths needed to find a way to secure their position, to improve their circumstances, and to establish themselves as a significant power in the Mediterranean world. The way their predecessors had been before the Hunnic invasion, they needed security, they needed resources, they needed a stable position from which they could rebuild their society and their power. The answer, as it turned out, came in the form of an alliance with the Eastern Roman Empire. The Eastern Romans, who had survived the chaos of the 5th century far better than their Western counterparts, found themselves in need of military manpower. The Huns were gone, but their departure had left a power vacuum in the Balkans and in the regions around the Danube. Various Germanic groups were moving and seeking territory. Wandering bands of warriors, refugee populations, migrating peoples, all constituted a threat to the stability of the Eastern Roman territories. The Eastern Romans needed allies, needed military forces that they could deploy to maintain control over their Balkan territories and to protect Constantinople, the great capital city that was the heart of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Ostrogoths were precisely what they needed. They were a substantial population, perhaps numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They had warrior traditions honed by decades of military service to the Huns. They had experienced military leaders. They had just been freed from Hunnic domination and were seeking a way to improve their circumstances through military service and alliance with a stronger power. A settlement was negotiated, similar to the one that the Visigoths had achieved in Aquitania, but with different details and a different trajectory. The Ostrogoths would be recognized as foederati, allies of the Eastern Roman Empire. They would settle in the Balkans, within Roman territory, specifically in territories south of the Danube, between the river and the Balkan mountains. They would provide military service to the Eastern Roman Emperor. They would maintain their own leaders and their own political organization. They would govern themselves according to their own laws and customs. In exchange, they would receive payments from the imperial treasury, access to Roman markets, and official recognition of their status as an allied people. The arrangement gave the Ostrogoths security, resources, and a path forward. It also gave the Eastern Romans the military manpower that they desperately needed. For several decades, this arrangement functioned reasonably well. Ostrogothic warriors served in Eastern Roman armies, fighting in campaigns against various enemies of the empire. Ostrogothic cavalry fought against various threats to the empire, from remaining Hunnic groups to other Germanic peoples who threatened the stability of the Balkan region. And the Ostrogothic population settled in the Balkans, rebuilding their strength, re-establishing their political structures, and waiting for an opportunity to consolidate their power even further. That opportunity came through one remarkable man, a figure who would prove to be one of the most consequential leaders of the entire Gothic people and one of the most successful of all the barbarian kings who ruled in the post-Roman world. His name was Theodoric, and he would be remembered as Theodoric the Great, the king who conquered Italy and established the Ostrogothic kingdom that would dominate the Mediterranean for a generation and transform the entire Mediterranean world. Theodoric was born around the year 454, during the waning years of Hunnic power, possibly into the royal family of the Ostrogoths, though the exact details of his parentage are not entirely clear from the historical record. His father may have been a prominent Ostrogothic leader, possibly a king, but the details are obscure. What is clear is that Theodoric grew up during a period of extraordinary upheaval, that he came of age as a warrior during the chaos following the collapse of Hunnic power, and that he proved himself to be not merely a capable military commander, but a visionary leader with ideas about how the Germanic peoples could transform themselves from barbarian outsiders into established rulers of Roman territory. He understood that military conquest alone was not enough. to rule a complex society, to maintain control over a conquered population, to govern a sophisticated civilization like Rome's, required more than just military prowess. It required administrative skill, diplomatic sophistication, cultural understanding, and ideological legitimacy. Theodoric spent some of his early years as a hostage in Constantinople, a common practice of the time where young nobles from allied peoples were kept as hostages to ensure their people's loyalty, and where they also received an education in Roman culture and Roman statecraft. This was not a form of imprisonment in the modern sense. Theodoric was treated well, educated, allowed to move in circles of power and influence. He spent perhaps a decade in Constantinople as a youth, learning the complexities of imperial politics, observing how the Eastern Roman bureaucracy functioned, understanding the mechanisms of power within the empire. This experience gave Theodoric an intimate and practical understanding of Roman civilization, Roman administration, and Roman military organization. He learned how Roman bureaucracy functioned, how Roman law was applied, how Roman cities were governed. He learned to speak and read Latin, the language of administration and culture. He understood Roman values, Roman traditions, Roman history. He absorbed the cultural traditions of Rome and came to appreciate the sophistication and complexity of Roman civilization. When he returned to his people, he brought with him not just military experience, but a deep and practical knowledge of how Roman civilization actually worked. Knowledge that would prove invaluable when the opportunity came to establish Ostrogothic rule over Roman territory. By the 470s, Theodoric had become the dominant figure among the Ostrogoths. He had proven himself as a military commander through his service in Eastern Roman armies. He had demonstrated his ability to lead warriors in battle. He had accumulated wealth and followers. He had built a reputation for military competence and leadership. He had been recognized as king of the Ostrogoths, though the exact process by which he achieved this kingship is unclear from the surviving historical sources. He may have been born into the royal line, or he may have risen to power through military achievement and the support of the Ostrogothic warrior nobility. What is certain is that by the 470s, Theodoric was the paramount leader of the Ostrogothic people, and he had the loyalty of the Ostrogothic warrior class. His authority was recognized by both his own people and by the Eastern Roman government in Constantinople. More than that, he had ambitions that extended far beyond the Balkans, ambitions that reflected his understanding of what was possible for a barbarian leader with the right combination of military skill, political intelligence, and access to resources. Theodoric looked at Italy and saw opportunity. Italy was controlled by Odoacer, a barbarian king of the Syrian people, a Germanic group that had conquered Italy in 476, when the last Western Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed and the imperial title in the West ceased to exist. Odoacer had established a kingdom in Italy, ruling as king while maintaining nominal acknowledgement of the Eastern Roman emperor's authority. But his rule was not stable. Various factions within the Italian population supported him or opposed him. The Eastern Roman Empire, though weakened by decades of crisis, still regarded Italy as strategically important and economically valuable. And the Eastern Roman Emperor, the ruler of Constantinople, looked at the situation in Italy with concern and calculation. Odoacer was too powerful to ignore, too independent to control. He might become too powerful, too independent, too much of a threat. Something needed to be done about the Syrian king and his rule in Italy. The Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno, who ruled from 474 to 491, made a decision that would change the course of history and transform the Mediterranean world. He would send Theodoric and the Ostrogoths to Italy with the mission of conquering the territory from Odoacer and ruling it in the emperor's name. It was a clever solution to multiple problems at once. It removed the Ostrogoths from the Balkans, where their presence, while militarily useful, was also potentially destabilizing and difficult to control at a distance. It addressed the problem of Odoacer's independent rule in Italy by sending a powerful barbarian leader to displace him and bring Italy under control. And it created a situation where the Eastern Romans could maintain nominal authority over Italy through Theodoric's rule, even though Italy was far away from Constantinople and difficult to control directly. For Theodoric, the opportunity was extraordinary beyond measure. He would be given the resources to organize his entire people, to gather his warriors, to equip his armies, and to attempt the conquest of one of the richest regions in the Mediterranean world. Success would elevate him from the king of the Ostrogoths in the Balkans to the ruler of Italy, one of the most prestigious positions a barbarian leader could achieve. It would give him access to the wealth and resources of the Italian peninsula. It would allow him to establish himself as the legitimate successor to Roman authority in the West. It would make him one of the most powerful figures in the entire Mediterranean world. In 488, the expedition was organized with careful planning and the commitment of significant resources. Theodoric gathered his people, organized his armies, and prepared to march westward toward Italy. The migration was substantial. Theodoric brought with him not merely his warriors, but his entire people, perhaps numbering as many as 100,000 or even more individuals, families, women, children, the entire Ostrogothic population that had been living in the Balkans. This was not merely a military campaign. It was a migration, a movement of an entire people from their current homeland to a new territory, the kind of movement that had been part of Gothic history for centuries. The journey was arduous. Theodoric and his people travelled westward through the territories of what is now the former Yugoslavia, following river valleys and mountain passes, through difficult terrain that challenged the entire migrating population. They crossed the Alps, navigating mountain passes that were treacherous and difficult even in the best of times. Finally, in late August 489, Theodoric and his advance forces reached Italy and began to engage the forces of Odoacer. The Ostrogothic forces poured into the Italian peninsula, beginning the conquest that would transform their entire future. What followed was a campaign that lasted for several years and demonstrated both the military competence of Theodoric and the desperation of his situation. Theodoric faced a well-established ruler who controlled Italian territory and who had the support of the Roman administrative structures that governed the peninsula. Odoacer had built his rule on the foundation of Roman institutions, maintaining the bureaucratic apparatus, the tax system, the military organization that had existed under the empire. He was not going to surrender his position without a fight, but Theodoric had the advantages of mobility, the enthusiasm of warriors fighting for a great prize, and the fact that his people were willing to fight to the death because they were fighting for their own future, for their own right to settle and establish themselves in Italy. The Ostrogoths were fighting for something more than just military victory. They were fighting for a homeland, for the chance to establish themselves as rulers, for the opportunity to transform themselves from barbarian refugees into legitimate rulers of a sophisticated territory. The campaign unfolded over roughly 3 years of intense military operations. In 490, Theodoric defeated Odoacer in a series of pitched battles fought across the Italian peninsula. His cavalry, which had been honed by decades of military service in the Balkans, proved to be superior to Odoacer's forces. He won control of much of the Italian peninsula, city by city, region by region. The Ostrogothic forces advanced, meeting Roman armies sent by Odoacer, defeating them in battle, and consolidating their control over the territory they conquered. But Odoacer refused to surrender entirely. He retreated to the city of Ravenna, a heavily fortified position on the Italian coast, surrounded by marshes and difficult terrain that made it nearly impregnable. There, he held out for more than 3 years, resisting Theodoric's attempts to dislodge him. The siege of Ravenna was long and costly. Theodoric surrounded the city, blocking supply routes, attempting to starve out the defenders. But Ravenna was a maritime city with access to the sea, and supply ships could still reach it from the east. Theodoric could not break the city's defences without a massive military commitment that might not succeed even then. Odoacer could not sortie out and defeat Theodoric in the field because his forces were tied down in the defence of the city. It was a stalemate, and both sides were bleeding resources that they could not afford to waste. Finally, after more than 3 years of this stalemate, a negotiation was undertaken. Theodoric and Odoacer agreed to share power. They would govern Italy jointly as co-rulers. Odoacer would retain the city of Ravenna and would be recognized as co-ruler with Theodoric, presumably splitting power over the peninsula. It was a settlement that allowed both sides to save face and to avoid further pointless bloodshed. It was also, for Theodoric, an unacceptable situation. He had not brought his entire people across the Balkans and through the Alps to end up sharing power with a Skirian king. On March 5th, 493, Odoacer admitted Theodoric into the city of Ravenna under terms that promised a peaceful settlement. The two men met in the palace of Lauritum a few days later, and it was there that Theodore, perhaps with premeditation, perhaps in the heat of the moment, moved to secure sole power. Two Goths, pretending to be suppliants coming to greet Odoacer and pay respect, suddenly seized him by the hands, immobilizing him and preventing him from drawing his weapon. Theodoric stepped forward and cut down Odoacer with his sword. The Syrian king was dead, murdered in what amounted to a violation of the agreement that had just been made, but also a successful assertion of sole power. Theodoric followed up this act by systematically eliminating Odoacer's supporters, murdering the dead king's wife and son, and massacring Odoacer's followers throughout northern Italy. It was brutal, it was treacherous, it was politically effective. The act sent a clear message that there would be no divided power in Italy, no co-ruling arrangement, no negotiated settlement. Theodoric was now the sole ruler. By the end of 493, Theodoric had sole control of Italy. The Ostrogoths had conquered the peninsula. Theodoric now ruled over the richest territories in the Mediterranean, lands that had once been ruled by Roman emperors, lands that controlled trade routes that produced wealth, that supported great cities. The conquest was complete, and the establishment of the Ostrogothic kingdom had begun. Theodoric settled his entire Ostrogothic people in Italy, most of them in the northern regions of the peninsula. He organized the distribution of lands. He established his capital in Ravenna, the great fortified city that had been Odoacer's stronghold. He began the process of organizing the administration of the kingdom and determining how Ostrogothic rulers would govern a population that was overwhelmingly Roman in culture, language, religion, and tradition. Theodoric's approach to governance was innovative and, by the standards of his time, remarkably enlightened. His great aim was to preserve harmony between the Goths and the Romans who lived under his rule. He was never guilty of religious persecution, something that cannot be said of all the Germanic rulers of the period. He maintained the Roman administrative structures that had existed under Odoacer: the machinery of government, the bureaucratic system, the way that laws were applied and justice was administered. Much of this was retained from the Roman period. Roman subjects continued to be governed by Roman law. Gothic military settlers who had come with Theodoric were governed by Gothic customary law. This legal bifurcation was not a contradiction or a sign of weakness. It was a deliberate policy designed to maintain separate identities while creating a unified kingdom. Theodoric promoted Roman culture and Roman learning. He gathered scholars at his court. He supported the construction and maintenance of buildings and infrastructure. He visited Rome in 500, staying for 6 months, participating in games in the circus and in the Colosseum, and renewing the grain distribution to the Roman population, maintaining the tradition that had survived since the days of the empire. He promoted a major building program across Italy, constructing and reconstructing buildings, roads, bridges, aqueducts. He demonstrated that a barbarian king could rule in a manner that was consistent with Roman civilization and Roman values. For 33 years, from 493 until his death in 526, Theodoric ruled Italy in peace. There were no major rebellions, no internal conflicts that tore the kingdom apart, no military threats that he could not overcome. The Ostrogothic kingdom became the most successful of all the Germanic successor states that had been established on Roman territory. The Visigoths in Gaul and Hispania had their achievements, but they faced constant military pressures and were eventually driven out of Gaul by the Franks. The Ostrogothic kingdom under Theodoric was more stable, more prosperous, more integrated with the Roman civilization that it had conquered. Theodoric's success was not merely military or political, it was cultural and ideological. He proved that Germanic peoples could rule over Roman populations without destroying Roman civilization. He showed that a barbarian king could be more than merely a warrior king. He could be an administrator, a patron of learning, a builder, a protector of the common good. His reign represents the high point of what Germanic rulers could achieve in the post-Roman world, the closest that barbarian peoples came to successfully blending their own traditions with the Roman civilization that they had inherited and conquered. The conquest of Italy by Theodoric and the establishment of the Ostrogothic kingdom marked the final stage in the transformation of the Gothic people from refugees and subject peoples into rulers of major portions of the Mediterranean world. The Visigoths had established themselves in Gaul and Hispania. The Ostrogoths had conquered Italy. Between them, the Goths controlled vast territories. They ruled over millions of people. They had transformed themselves from barbarian outsiders into established rulers within the Roman world. But this transformation was not simply a military conquest. It was a cultural and political integration that created new political entities while preserving much of the Roman civilization that had previously dominated the Mediterranean. The legacy of this Gothic era, this period from the 3rd century when the Goths first emerged as a major power in Eastern Europe until the end of the 5th century, when Gothic kingdoms were firmly established across much of the Mediterranean and continental Europe, was profound and transformative. The Gothic peoples had fundamentally altered the political and cultural landscape of what had been the Roman Empire. They had demonstrated that Rome's military dominance could be challenged and overcome through superior numbers, superior tactics, superior leadership, and the Romans' own mistakes. They had shown that barbarian peoples could learn Roman civilization and could adapt it to their own purposes, creating new political structures that preserved much of what Rome had created while incorporating Germanic customs and values. They had created new kingdoms that would survive for centuries, that would gradually transform into the medieval kingdoms of Europe, that would preserve Roman legal traditions and administrative systems while incorporating Germanic customs and values. From the Visigothic kingdom in Gaul and Hispania, which would endure for nearly 3 centuries, to the Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy, which would establish itself as one of the most sophisticated political entities of the early medieval world, the Goths created successor states to the Roman Empire that functioned far more smoothly than many of their contemporaries. The rise of the Goths marked the transition from the ancient world to the medieval world. The Roman Empire, the great unifying force that had dominated the Mediterranean for 5 centuries, was fragmenting into regional kingdoms ruled by barbarian peoples who had learned to respect and preserve much of what Rome had created. The Goths were part of this transformation. Their leaders like Alaric and Theodoric were not merely destructive forces intent on tearing down civilization, though they could certainly be brutal when necessity demanded it. They were ambitious individuals who sought to establish themselves as rulers, who understood the value of Roman civilization and sought to preserve and perpetuate it, even as they created new political orders based on Germanic traditions and values. Alaric, though he sacked Rome, did not destroy the city. He took plunder, but he did not systematically burn or demolish the structures. Theodoric explicitly sought to preserve Roman civilization and to establish himself as a legitimate heir to Roman authority, maintaining Roman administrative systems, supporting Roman culture and learning, positioning himself not as the destroyer of Rome, but as the protector of Roman traditions. This phenomenon was not unique to the Goths, though the Goths were among the most successful in managing the transition. Across the Mediterranean world, Germanic peoples were replacing Roman authority, but many of them, especially the more successful ones, attempted to preserve Roman institutions and culture. The Franks, who would eventually dominate much of continental Europe, would also attempt to preserve Roman traditions, though their process would be more disruptive than that of the Ostrogoths. The key innovation that the Goths and other successful Germanic rulers introduced was the concept of maintaining separate legal systems for Germanic and Roman populations. Rather than attempting to merge the two peoples immediately, they allowed them to coexist, governed by different laws, maintaining different cultural identities, but united under a single political authority. This arrangement, which would have seemed unworkable to a Roman administrator of the height of the empire, proved to be a viable way to maintain stability in the early medieval period. By 493, with Theodoric ruling Italy and the Visigothic kingdom firmly established in Gaul and Hispania, the age of Gothic migration and conquest was drawing to a close. The period of establishment and consolidation would follow. The Goths would attempt to create stable kingdoms, to integrate with the Roman populations under their rule, to create hybrid political and cultural systems that blended Germanic and Roman traditions. Some would succeed more than others. The Ostrogothic kingdom under Theodoric would prove to be remarkably successful, establishing a functioning government, maintaining peace, supporting culture and learning, and preserving the sophistication of Roman civilization while incorporating Gothic warrior traditions. The Visigothic kingdom would face greater challenges, entering Frankish pressure from the north, internal religious conflicts, and the difficulties of ruling a peninsula divided among various independent peoples like the Basques and the Suevi. But it would ultimately endure for 2 centuries in Hispania, during which time it would consolidate control over the peninsula, establish a unified legal code, convert its population to Catholicism, and create what some historians consider to be the most successful integration of Germanic and Roman populations in the early medieval world. But that is the story of the Gothic kingdoms in their mature form, a story of consolidation and development rather than migration and conquest, a story that extends beyond 493 and into the 6th century and beyond. The rise of the Goths, from their emergence in the 3rd century as a major threat to Rome, through their migration and conflict with the empire, through their eventual conquest of major portions of Mediterranean territory, and their establishment as rulers of Germanic kingdoms, represents one of the most significant and transformative periods in the history of Europe and the Mediterranean world. It marks the end of an era and the beginning of another. The ancient world, with its unified Mediterranean civilizations dominated by Roman power, its clear distinction between civilization and barbarism, its hierarchical systems of authority, all emanating from Rome, was giving way to a new world. The medieval world was being born, a world of regional kingdoms, of hybrid cultures, of the gradual emphasis of Germanic and Roman traditions that would produce European civilization. The Goths did not create this world alone, but they were among the most important architects of the transition. Their ambitions, their military power, their willingness to learn from Roman civilization, their ultimate success in establishing functioning governments, all of these contributed to the shape that the post-Roman world would take. By 493, when Theodoric secured his sole rule over Italy, the Gothic transformation of the Mediterranean world was substantially complete. The age of movement and conquest was ending. The age of establishment and consolidation had begun. The Goths, once regarded as outsiders and enemies, were now the rulers of major portions of the Mediterranean world, entrusted with the governance of sophisticated civilizations, responsible for preserving much of what the Roman Empire had created. It was an extraordinary transformation, accomplished in less than 2 centuries, from the first major Gothic raids on Roman territory to the establishment of functioning Gothic kingdoms. It was a testament to both the military prowess of the Gothic peoples and to their remarkable capacity for learning and adaptation. In the second part of this episode, we focus on the fall of the Goths. By the year 493, the Roman Empire as it once existed was already gone. The great structure that had held the Mediterranean world together for centuries had fractured and crumbled, its western half carved into kingdoms ruled by Germanic peoples, who had crossed the frontiers and claimed dominion over the lands they now inhabited. Among these new powers stood the Ostrogoths, a Gothic people who had made their way into Italy under their king Theodoric, and the Visigoths, who held the Iberian Peninsula and the southwestern reaches of Gaul. These were not crude invaders who destroyed everything in their path, as older histories sometimes suggested. They were inheritors, attempting to rule lands that still remembered Roman law, Roman administration, and Roman ways. For a moment, a brief and shining moment that would not last, they seemed to have achieved something remarkable. They had created kingdoms that blended Gothic military tradition with Roman civic order. They had emperors in Constantinople who recognized their rule, bishops who blessed their crowns, and populations that, while divided by language and religion, coexisted under stable governance. But this moment would not endure. Within 2 centuries, both the Ostrogothic kingdom and the Visigothic realm would cease to exist as independent powers. What we are exploring tonight is not how the Goths rose or migrated or conquered. That is a story for another time. What we are looking at here is how they fell, how internal fractures opened into chasms, how external enemies exploited weakness, and how 2 kingdoms that seemed permanent dissolved into the medieval world that would follow. This is the story of decline, of ambition that could not be sustained, of empire that overreached and could not recover. This is the fall of the Goths. In Italy, Theodoric the Great had created something that looked, for 33 years, like a stable and enduring state. When he died in Ravenna in 526, he left behind a kingdom that stretched from southern France to the Balkans, a vast realm that combined Roman and Gothic institutions in a way that seemed almost ingenious. Theodoric had called himself King of the Goths and Romans, and he meant it. He was not simply a conqueror who had displaced one ruler with another. He had, instead, created a system where Goths and Romans occupied distinct but complementary roles. The Gothic people served as the military backbone of the kingdom, the warriors and fighting men who held the sword. The Roman population continued in civilian administration, law, and letters. Roman law governed the Romans. Gothic custom governed the Goths. The emperor in Constantinople recognized Theodoric as his viceroy, his representative in the Western lands. It was a fiction, of course. Theodoric was independent in all but name, but it was a useful fiction that gave his rule legitimacy and continuity with the past. He rebuilt cities, he patronized scholars, he maintained the institutions of late Roman civilization. Though Theodoric himself could neither read nor write, He surrounded himself with educated men and encouraged learning among his people. Under his rule, Italy did not collapse into barbarism. It transformed, changed, adapted, but it did not shatter. This dual system was carefully constructed and scrupulously maintained. The Ostrogothic kingdom under Theodoric was, in many ways, a model of coexistence between Germanic and Roman populations. Roman tax collectors still gathered the state's revenue, using the old tax assessment systems that had existed for centuries. Roman bureaucrats still managed the provinces, staffing the administrative offices that governed the day-to-day life of the Italian people. Roman senators still held their titles and positions, gathered in the Senate that still had a role in the governmental structure. The great families of Italy, the landowners and nobles who had once served the Western Roman Empire, continued to hold their estates and their authority. They intermarried, they conducted business, they participated in the civic life of their cities, much as they had before Theodoric's conquest. They were not subject to arbitrary Gothic rule. They had the protection of Roman law. Meanwhile, Theodoric distributed lands to his Gothic followers according to the old Roman hospitality system. Gothic soldiers became landholders, supported by a portion of the taxes and produce from the lands assigned to them. But these Gothic warriors served under their own law, under the authority of their own chiefs and courts. They did not enter the Roman legal system. They did not become citizens in the Roman sense. They remained, in important ways, separate from the broader population. This was integration through separation, as one historian has described it. The two peoples coexisted. They needed each other, but they maintained distinct identities and distinct legal frameworks. The army was entirely Gothic, commanded by Gothic commanders, organized according to Gothic military tradition. The civil administration was entirely Roman, staffed by educated Romans, organized according to Roman bureaucratic principles. The religious division further emphasized this separation. Most Romans by this period were Catholic Christians, having accepted the Council of Nicaea's formulation of the Christian faith. The Goths, however, were Arian Christians, followers of a form of Christianity that had different doctrines and different liturgies. They worshipped in different churches. They followed different clerics. Even in their Christianity, they were separate peoples. What made this system work was Theodoric himself. He was a figure of enormous personal authority, a man who had lived among the Huns in his youth, who understood both Roman and Germanic worlds, who could command through sheer force of will. When he took Ravenna in 493, he did not simply inherit a kingdom. He had created it through military conquest and political maneuvering, and he held it together through intelligence and the careful balance of competing interests. Theodoric had fought his way into Italy, defeating rival Germanic leaders and the Roman general Odoacer through years of brutal campaigning. Once he had established his rule, he maintained it not through constant warfare, but through a kind of diplomatic genius. He flattered the emperor in Constantinople while remaining effective, independent. He courted the support of the Roman nobility by protecting their interests and maintaining their status. He convinced the church that he was a legitimate ruler despite his Arian faith. He gave generously to building projects and literary patronage, creating an image of himself as a cultured and capable ruler rather than a crude barbarian warlord. This was a difficult balance to maintain, and it required constant attention and careful management. It required a ruler who understood nuance, who could navigate between competing interests without appearing to favor one side too obviously, who could make difficult decisions and live with the consequences. But kingdoms built on the strength of one man are inherently fragile. When that man dies, the structure that depended on his judgment, his authority, his presence, begins to crack. Theodoric died in August of 526, and he left the throne to his grandson Athalaric, who was only 10 years old. The child was far too young to rule. He could not command the respect of the warrior aristocracy. He could not make the decisions necessary to maintain the careful balance that Theodoric had created. A regent had to be appointed, and that regent fell to Athalaric's mother, Amalasuntha. She was, by all accounts, a capable administrator and a skilled diplomat. She had been educated in Roman tradition, as had her father before her, and she understood the Roman world perhaps better than most of her Gothic relatives. She had been taught rhetoric and literature. She could read classical texts. She could conduct diplomatic correspondence with the great powers of the Mediterranean. She tried to maintain her son's education in Roman letters and classical learning, continuing the intellectual tradition that Theodoric had valued. She attempted to preserve the careful balance that Theodoric had maintained between the Gothic warrior aristocracy and the Roman civilian administration. She worked to maintain the loyalty of the Roman nobility. She worked to keep the Gothic magnates satisfied. She even wrote to Justinian, the emperor in Constantinople, asking for his protection and support should she face opposition from her own people. She understood clearly that the Ostrogothic kingdom's stability depended on careful diplomatic management and that she could not afford to antagonize the great powers. But the very qualities that made Amalasuntha valuable to the kingdom's stability made her dangerous to the Gothic nobility. They had accepted Theodoric's rule because he was, above all else, a warrior and a king in the Gothic tradition. He had come to power through military conquest. He had built his kingdom through strength and skill at arms. He understood the Gothic warrior culture and could command the respect of the military aristocracy through his own prowess and authority. Amalasuntha represented something entirely different, a more Roman approach to governance, an emphasis on law and administration over martial prowess and aristocratic privilege. She was educated, cultured, diplomatic, skilled in rhetoric and writing. These qualities made her valuable in dealings with Constantinople and in the governance of the civil administration. But they made her suspect in the eyes of the Gothic warrior elite. They questioned whether a woman who spent her time reading classical texts and corresponding with the emperor was truly committed to Gothic independence and Gothic interests. They feared that her Roman education and her connections to the Byzantine court meant that her loyalty to the kingdom was compromised. The Gothic magnates, the great nobles and military commanders, resented her influence deeply. They saw in her a threat to their traditional power and status. They began to plot against her, organizing among themselves, attempting to build a coalition that could challenge her authority. Amalasuntha responded with characteristic firmness. She had 3 of the leading conspirators put to death, a harsh measure that would prove to be a critical mistake. She had eliminated the opposition, yes, but she had also demonstrated that she was willing to move against the interests of the Gothic elite. She had shown that she would not tolerate opposition. The murder of these men sent a clear message: challenge the Queen at your peril. But it was a message that strengthened the resolve of her remaining opponents. They now understood that they could not successfully oppose her through open conspiracy. They would need to find another way, a way that was more direct and more final. When Athalaric died in 534, not yet an adult, Amalasuntha faced a critical choice. She could attempt to rule alone, which the Gothic aristocracy would never accept. A woman ruling alone, without a son to inherit the throne, was contrary to Gothic custom and expectation. The warrior magnates would not accept her authority. She could attempt to find a husband who would share power with her, but that would mean bringing a new man into the inner circle of power, someone whose loyalty and reliability were uncertain. Or she could share power with one of her cousins, elevating him to the kingship while she continued as regent. She chose the third option. She elevated her cousin Theodahad to the kingship, apparently believing that she could control him and maintain her influence. Theodahad was not a warrior. He was a scholar and an intellectual, a man more comfortable with books than with swords. He seemed unlikely to pose a threat to her authority. He seemed like someone she could manage, someone whose interests and abilities aligned with her own. But Theodahad, however, had other ideas. He was willing to pretend to be subordinate while gathering support among the Gothic nobility. Within months of taking the crown, Theodahad had Amalasuntha arrested. She was imprisoned in the palace at Ravenna, confined to chambers in the royal palace where she had once held power. She was no longer queen. She was no longer even free. She was a prisoner, held at the pleasure of the man she had elevated to the throne. She made appeals, she sent messages, she tried to negotiate. But Theodahad was unmoved. In the early months of 535, she was murdered. How exactly she died is not entirely clear. She was strangled, according to some accounts. She was poisoned, according to others. The details matter less than the fact that she was dead, removed as an obstacle to Theodahad's unchallenged rule. The woman who had tried so carefully to preserve the balance between Roman and Gothic interests was now dead, killed by a relative who represented everything she had opposed. Her death was not inevitable. It was not the result of impersonal historical forces. It was a choice made by Theodahad, a deliberate decision to murder a woman who had shown him favor and elevated him to power. It was an act of ingratitude, of treachery, of political calculation. It was also an act of catastrophic stupidity. The killing of Amalasuntha was not simply a matter of internal Gothic politics. Her death provided something that an ambitious Byzantine emperor had been waiting for, a legal justification for military intervention in Italian affairs. Justinian I had been watching the Ostrogothic kingdom with interest and concern for some time. He had already begun to dream of reconquering the western provinces of the old Roman Empire, a vision that was driving his entire foreign policy. Before Amalasuntha's death, there had been no obvious legal pretext for invasion. The Ostrogothic kingdom was still stable, still recognized by the emperor as a legitimate state. But now, with Amalasuntha dead, Justinian had his opportunity. He could claim that he was avenging her death. He could claim that Theodahad, by murdering a woman who had appealed to him for protection, had violated the basic standards of civilization and legitimacy. He could claim that he was restoring proper order to Italy, protecting the innocent, punishing the guilty. These claims were legally and morally convenient, even if Justinian's true motivations were far more ambitious and far less altruistic. In 533, before Amalasuntha's death, Justinian had sent his greatest general, Belisarius, to recover the North African provinces held by the Vandals. The campaign had been swift and devastating. The Vandals, who had seemed like a permanent power just years before, had been crushed in a matter of months. Vandal armies had been defeated in pitched battles. Vandal cities had fallen to Byzantine siege. The Vandal king had been captured and paraded through the streets of Constantinople in triumph. Justinian had witnessed how quickly a skilled Byzantine general could dismantle a barbarian kingdom. The success in Africa had emboldened him. He had begun to believe that the recovery of the Western Empire was not merely a dream, but an achievable goal. He had begun to plan the reconquest of Italy. Now, with Amalasuntha's death providing a legal pretext and a moral justification, he could move forward with his plans. He could justify the expense and the effort to his treasury and his people. He could present the war not as a war of conquest, but as a war of justice and restoration. Now, with Amalasuntha's death, he had a casus belli, a legal cause for war. The invasion of Italy could begin. Justinian's vision was ambitious to the point of recklessness. He wanted to restore the empire to something like its former size and glory. In his mind, the western provinces belonged to him by right. They were not foreign lands. They were the provinces of the Roman Empire, temporarily held by barbarian kingdoms that had no legitimate claim to them. The Goths, the Vandals, the various peoples who ruled in the West, they were usurpers. Justinian, as the legitimate heir to Roman authority, had the right and perhaps even the duty to restore proper order. He was not thinking in terms of conquest, at least not in his own mind. He was thinking in terms of restoration, of reclaiming what was rightfully his. To Justinian, the very legitimacy of his rule depended on the recovery of these territories. An empire that had lost half its lands to barbarian kingdoms was not a true empire at all. It was an empire in decline, diminished, weakened. Justinian wanted to reverse that decline. He wanted to make the Byzantine Empire great again, to restore it to something like the power and extent it had held in earlier centuries. This was a vision that appealed to his sense of duty, his religious faith, and his political ambitions, all at once. The success in North Africa against the Vandals seemed to prove that this vision was achievable. The Vandalic War had begun in 533, when Justinian used a dynastic dispute among the Vandals as a pretext for military intervention. He had sent Belisarius with a relatively modest force to recover the North African provinces. The campaign had been swift and overwhelmingly successful. The Vandal kingdom, which had seemed powerful and permanent just months before, had been crushed. Vandal armies had been defeated in battle. Vandal cities had been captured. The Vandal king had been taken prisoner. In a matter of months, one of the great barbarian kingdoms of the Western Mediterranean had ceased to exist. Constantinople now ruled North Africa again. This triumph gave Justinian confidence. If the Vandals, who controlled a powerful naval force and held rich lands, could be defeated so quickly and decisively, then surely the Ostrogoths of Italy would offer no greater resistance. Italy was closer to Constantinople. The Byzantine navy could supply armies fighting there more easily. The Italian peninsula was wealthier than North Africa and could be exploited to pay for the war. From a purely rational perspective, the reconquest of Italy seemed like a logical and achievable goal. This vision would drive his foreign policy for decades. It would consume vast resources, strain his empire's military capacity, and ultimately achieve a Pyrrhic victory that would leave Italy and other regions devastated and incapable of resisting new invaders. The resources devoted to the Gothic War would drain the imperial treasury. Soldiers and resources that might have been deployed elsewhere would be tied up in the seemingly endless Italian campaign. Taxes would have to be raised, and people would suffer. The eastern frontier would be weakened, making the empire vulnerable to Persian aggression. But in the early 530s, freshly emboldened by success in North Africa, Justinian did not see the catastrophe ahead. He saw only possibility. He saw the opportunity to restore the empire, to make it great again, to wash away the humiliation of the migrations and the barbarian invasions. That vision would drive him forward, even as the costs mounted beyond his imagination. The Gothic War began in 535, when Belisarius landed in Sicily at the head of a relatively small force, perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 men. He had fewer troops than he had commanded in Africa, and he was facing an enemy that was, in many ways, more formidable than the Vandals had been. The Ostrogothic kingdom had a large population, substantial resources, and an experienced warrior aristocracy. The Gothic military tradition was strong and ancient. Their soldiers were well trained, their commanders experienced in warfare, their fortifications substantial. Their soldiers were motivated by the desire to protect their homeland and their families. But Belisarius was an exceptional commander, perhaps the greatest military mind of his age. He understood tactics, logistics, strategy, and psychology. He could inspire loyalty in his troops. He could make quick decisions under pressure. He could adapt to changing circumstances. And he was facing a Gothic kingdom that was already fractured and weakened by internal conflict. Theodahad, the current king, was apparently not respected by his warrior nobles. They had consented to his rule because they had had little choice, not because they believed in his leadership. The Goths had expected an invasion for some time. but they were unprepared for its scale and speed. Coordination between Gothic military forces was poor. Regional commanders pursued their own interests rather than supporting a unified strategy. There was no unified strategy for resisting the invasion. The kingdom seemed almost paralyzed by the shock of war, uncertain how to respond to the Byzantine threat. Belisarius moved swiftly and decisively. Sicily fell to him by late 535. The island, which had been part of the Gothic realm, was reclaimed almost without resistance. From there, he crossed the narrow strait into Calabria and began his march northward toward the heartland of Gothic power. By early 536, he had entered southern Italy proper. He captured Naples in the spring, though not without difficulty. The city held out against his siege for several weeks before finally surrendering. It was during this campaign that Belisarius would earn his greatest reputation, not through rapid victories, but through patience, intelligence, and sheer tactical brilliance. He did not simply overwhelm his enemies through superior force. He outthought them, he anticipated their moves, he used terrain to his advantage, he managed logistics with precision, he kept his troops disciplined and motivated. He understood that a long war would be won not by one spectacular battle, but by a series of smaller victories, by the patient accumulation of advantages, by never allowing his enemy to rest or recover. This approach would define his entire campaign in Italy. The most famous moment of the early Gothic War came in December 536, when Belisarius entered Rome itself. The Eternal City, the capital of the ancient world, had fallen into Gothic hands generations ago, but it remained a prize of immense psychological and political value. Rome was not simply a city. It was the symbolic heart of civilization, the seat of ancient power, the place where emperors had ruled and popes had preached. For Belisarius to take Rome would be to signal that the Byzantine Empire was truly restored, truly capable of reconquering the West. When Belisarius marched through the Asinarian Gate at the head of his troops, the Gothic defenders, apparently unprepared for direct confrontation, withdrew northward toward Ravenna. Rome, for the moment, had returned to Byzantine control. Belisarius had won a tremendous victory with minimal casualties. The news rippled through the Mediterranean world. Messengers carried reports to Constantinople and beyond. The Byzantine Empire was reclaiming its lost territories. The barbarian kingdoms, it seemed, could not withstand the imperial might. This was the empire fighting back. This was civilization being restored. The symbolism was almost as important as the military reality, but the very swiftness of these early victories bred a false confidence. Belisarius and Justinian both began to believe that the Gothic War would be a relatively short affair, that the kingdom would collapse under pressure, that the mere presence of Byzantine forces would cause the Gothic resistance to crumble. They were profoundly mistaken. The Goths had suffered setbacks, yes, but they had not been decisively defeated. Their warrior aristocracy still controlled vast territories in the north. Their resources were still substantial. They had not lost the will to fight. What they needed was a leader of genius, someone who could unite them and coordinate a response. That leader was about to emerge. His name was Totila, and he would transform the war from what appeared to be an easy Byzantine victory into a brutal, grinding conflict that would last for nearly 2 decades and leave the Italian peninsula devastated. After Belisarius captured Rome, King Vitigis, who was then ruling the Ostrogothic kingdom, gathered his forces and marched south to dislodge the Byzantine general. In early 537, he surrounded Rome with an army that contemporary accounts suggest numbered in the tens of thousands. This was a massive Gothic mobilization. The warrior aristocracy of the kingdom had gathered their forces. Soldiers had been called up from across the Gothic lands. Supply trains and siege equipment had been assembled. The Goths were determined to reclaim Rome and expel the Byzantine invaders. Vitigis did not attempt to breach the city's walls immediately. The walls of Rome were ancient and formidable. A direct assault would be bloody and uncertain. Instead, he settled in for a siege, hoping to starve the population and Belisarius's garrison into submission. This was an intelligent strategy. If the Goths could cut off Rome's supplies and hold their position, eventually thirst and hunger would force the city to surrender. Rome was too large to encircle completely. The ancient city sprawled across its hills, covering a vast area. The Gothic siege camps, numbering 7 in total, ringed the city's gates and major approaches, positioned to intercept supply convoys and prevent reinforcements from entering. But the southern side of the city, near the Tiber River, remained partially open. It was not a complete blockade, though a skilled general might have been able to work around this weakness. The Goths settled in for what they believed would be a war of attrition that they could not lose. They had numbers. They had supplies brought from the Gothic territories. They had time. Rome, they believed, would have to surrender. They were wrong. Belisarius defended Rome with extraordinary skill. He used the city's walls to maximum advantage, deploying his troops along the most vulnerable sections. He anticipated Gothic movements and reinforced threatened areas before they could be attacked. He harassed their supply lines, preventing them from bringing in the quantities of food and supplies they needed. He maintained the morale of his troops through both skill and force of personality, keeping them disciplined and motivated despite months of siege warfare. The Byzantine garrison never panicked. They never lost faith in their commander. The siege lasted for more than a year, an extraordinarily long time for warfare in this period. For 374 days, the Gothic forces pressed the Byzantine garrison, and for 374 days, Rome held. That number, 374 days, appears in historical accounts with remarkable consistency. It is a testament to the length and severity of the siege. The civilian population of Rome suffered terribly during this time. Food became scarce. Disease spread. The constant threat of attack created an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. But Belisarius managed the situation with remarkable skill. He rationed supplies carefully, ensuring that the garrison had enough to function while he minimized civilian starvation. He used propaganda and psychological warfare, ensuring that the Goths understood the futility of their siege, while boosting the morale of his own troops and the civilian population. Finally, in early 538, with supplies running low and reinforcements not appearing, Vitiges made the decision to lift the siege. The Gothic army withdrew northward along the Via Flaminia, heading back toward their heartland. Rome remained in Byzantine hands. The siege was over, and Belisarius had achieved a remarkable victory against odds that had seemed overwhelming. The fall of Rome was a tremendous symbolic victory, but it came at a cost that the Byzantines did not fully appreciate. The war was going to be long, it was going to be expensive, it was going to demand resources on a scale that Justinian had not fully anticipated. Resources that his empire could ill afford to spare while facing threats in other quarters. The siege of Rome had lasted more than a year, an extraordinarily costly affair. Maintaining an army in a hostile country, supplying it with food and equipment transported across dangerous routes, dealing with disease that inevitably accompanied large concentrations of troops in siege conditions, and managing desertion as soldiers tired of war. All of this required constant effort and expenditure. Supply ships had to be sent from Egypt and North Africa. Merchants had to be contracted at premium prices. Taxes had to be raised across the empire to pay for the war. Belisarius and his troops were exhausted, worn down by months of fighting and siege. But there could be no rest. The Goths were regrouping in the north, gathering forces, preparing for a new campaign. They had lost battles and lost territory, but they had not been destroyed. Their will to resist had not been broken. The Byzantines could not afford to relax their pressure, could not afford to rest and recover. The momentum of war had to be maintained, or the Goths might rally and drive the invaders out. The initial phase of the Gothic War, from 535 to 540, saw a steady Byzantine advance. Belisarius pushed northward from Rome with methodical precision, capturing cities and strongpoints. Naples fell to him. The heartland of Italy, the fertile lands that had supported the Gothic kingdom, came under Byzantine control. In 540, after 5 years of campaigning, Ravenna itself fell. The Gothic capital, the seat of royal power, the city where Theodoric had ruled and Amalasuntha had been imprisoned, was now in Byzantine hands. King Vitiges, who had led the Gothic resistance against Belisarius, was captured and sent to Constantinople in chains. He would die there, far from his homeland, a prisoner of the empire he had resisted. The Gothic War, many believed, was over. The Ostrogoths had been defeated. The kingdom had collapsed. The empire had been restored. It seemed that Justinian's vision might actually come true. Official dispatches announced the victory. Coins were minted, celebrating the reconquest. Writers composed eulogies of Belisarius's brilliance and the empire's restored greatness. The catastrophe, it seemed, was averted. The barbarian kingdoms were no match for Byzantine military genius and imperial determination. But it was not over. It had merely paused. The Gothic people had not been destroyed. Their capacity for resistance had not been broken. Their warrior aristocracy, though scattered and dispossessed, still existed. They still remembered their freedom. They still believed in their independence. In a few years, a new leader would arise among them, a man named Totila, who would prove to be as much a military genius as Belisarius himself. Totila would nearly drive the Byzantines out of Italy entirely. He would force them to fight a second, even more destructive phase of the war that would ravage the peninsula and leave it economically ruined and depopulated. For now, in 540, Justinian and Belisarius could believe themselves victorious. The triumph would be short-lived. The pause would not last long. Within a few years, the Gothic War would resume with renewed ferocity. But the very swiftness of these early victories bred a false confidence that would prove catastrophic. Belisarius and Justinian believed the war was won when in fact it had merely paused. The Ostrogothic people had suffered setbacks, yes, but they had not been destroyed. Their warrior aristocracy still existed. Their capacity for resistance remained intact. They still possessed vast territories in the north and the resources to continue fighting. What they needed was leadership, military genius of the kind that could unite them and coordinate resistance. Within a few years, that leader emerged. His name was Totila, and he would prove to be a military genius on par with Belisarius himself, capable of turning a war that seemed won into a brutal, grinding conflict that would last for nearly 2 decades. The siege of Rome in 537 and 538 had been, in many ways, the most significant moment of the entire war. When Belisarius entered the Eternal City in December of 536, he had accomplished something symbolically enormous. Rome, the capital of the ancient world, had returned to Byzantine control. The symbolism mattered more than the soldiers understood. To hold Rome was to hold the center of civilization, to prove that the empire could reclaim what it had lost. But the siege that followed tested both Belisarius and his troops in ways that revealed the true nature of the conflict. King Vitiges, the Gothic king at that time, had gathered his forces and marched south with the intention of destroying the Byzantine presence in Italy. He surrounded Rome with a massive army that some accounts suggest numbered in the tens of thousands. The Gothic siege camps formed a ring around the city, 7 camps in total positioned at the main gates and along crucial approaches. The Goths intended to starve Belisarius and his garrison into submission. It was a rational strategy. Rome was too large to assault directly. The walls were ancient and formidable. A direct attack would be costly and uncertain. But if the Goths could cut off supplies and prevent reinforcements from entering, if they could wait long enough, eventually the city would have to surrender. Hunger and thirst would accomplish what swords could not. The siege lasted for 374 days. That number appears in historical accounts with remarkable consistency, a testament to the extraordinary length and severity of what was essentially a war of attrition. For more than a year, the Gothic forces pressed against Rome, and for more than a year, Belisarius held the city. 374 days. Imagine that span of time stretched out before you. Winter turning to spring, turning to summer, turning to autumn, and back to winter again. The cycle of seasons playing out while armies camped outside the walls and soldiers stood watch on the ramparts. The civilian population suffered terribly during this extended ordeal. Food became scarce and expensive. The supplies that had been stored in the city at the beginning of the siege were gradually consumed. Merchants who had been able to smuggle goods into the city found that their supplies ran out. The price of food climbed higher and higher. Wealthy families could still purchase food at inflated prices, but the ordinary people and the poor faced true hunger. Disease spread through the crowded streets of the city and among the Byzantine soldiers stationed on the walls. The concentration of so many people in a confined space, with inadequate sanitation and limited clean water, created ideal conditions for epidemics. Soldiers weakened by hunger became vulnerable to sickness. Civilians crowded together in inadequate housing developed fevers and infections. The constant threat of attack from outside was matched by the silent threat of disease and starvation from within. Parents watched their children go hungry. The wealthy tried to hoard supplies, buying up whatever food was available and storing it in their homes, creating local shortages elsewhere in the city. The poor scavenged for anything edible, eating roots and plants, and anything else they could find that might sustain life. Rats were hunted and eaten, and dogs and cats disappeared from the streets as people desperate for food caught them and cooked them. Cats, which in Egypt and other Mediterranean lands had been considered sacred and were protected by law, were killed without hesitation because the hunger overrode all other considerations. But Belisarius managed this crisis with a remarkable skill and psychological acuity. He rationed supplies carefully, ensuring that his garrison had enough food and strength to man the walls while minimizing civilian starvation as much as possible, given the extraordinarily difficult circumstances. He did not attempt to feed everyone equally. The soldiers who manned the walls received more food than the civilian population because they bore the burden of defense, but he ensured that the civilians received enough to survive, enough to prevent complete collapse and panic. He used propaganda and psychological warfare, ensuring that the Goths understood the futility of their siege, while boosting the morale of his own troops and the civilians trapped within the city. He had messengers go out to the Gothic camps under flags of truce, carrying messages suggesting that the city was well supplied and that the siege would never succeed. He had his soldiers visible on the walls, moving with purpose and confidence, making it appear that the garrison was larger and stronger than it actually was. He organized festivities and celebrations at strategic moments to remind the civilian population and his own troops that hope remained, that the siege would eventually be broken, that the Byzantines would ultimately prevail. He moved troops rapidly to threaten sections of the walls before they could be attacked, demonstrating that he had foreseen Gothic plans and was prepared to counter them. He anticipated Gothic movements based on intelligence gathered from spies and informants within or near the Gothic camps. He maintained discipline and focus throughout his own garrison, even as months passed and the situation became increasingly dire. He did this through a combination of authority, charisma, and genuine skill. His soldiers knew that he was a capable commander. They trusted his judgment. They believed that he would ultimately lead them to victory. That belief sustained them through the long ordeal. Finally, after 374 days of siege, the Goths lost patience, or lost hope, or simply ran out of supplies, or the will to continue. Vitiges made the decision to lift the siege. The Gothic army withdrew northward along the Via Flaminia, heading back toward their heartland. Rome remained in Byzantine hands. The siege was broken. Belisarius had achieved something that seemed almost impossible. He had defended a city of enormous size against a much larger enemy for more than a year, using only his skill and the courage of his troops. The news of the broken siege rippled through the Mediterranean world. Messengers carried the reports to Constantinople and beyond. The Byzantine Empire was fighting back. The empire was reclaiming its lost territories. The barbarian kingdoms were no match for Byzantine military genius and imperial determination. This was civilization being restored. This was the empire winning. The symbolism was almost as important as the military reality. But the cost of this victory was substantial, and the price would only grow. The first phase of the Gothic War, from 535 to 540, saw a steady Byzantine advance northward. Belisarius pushed methodically through Italy, capturing cities and strongpoints. Naples fell to him. Sicily had already been secured. The heartland of Italy, the fertile lands that had supported the Gothic kingdom, gradually came under Byzantine control. In 540, after 5 years of campaigning, Ravenna itself fell. The Gothic capital, the seat of royal power, the city where Theodoric had ruled and where Amalasuntha had been imprisoned and murdered, was now in Byzantine hands. King Vitiges was captured and sent to Constantinople in chains, a prisoner of the empire he had resisted. The Gothic War seemed to be over. The Ostrogoths had been defeated. The kingdom had collapsed. The empire had been restored. It seemed that Justinian's vision might actually come true. Official dispatches announced the victory. Coins were minted celebrating the reconquest. Writers composed eulogies of Belisarius's brilliance and the empire's restored greatness. The triumph seemed complete. The catastrophe seemed to have been averted, but it was not over. It had merely paused. The pause would not last long. Within a few years, beginning in 541, the Gothic people regrouped under a new leader named Totila. He proved to be perhaps the greatest military commander the Goths had produced since Theodoric himself. He understood warfare, strategy, tactics, and psychology. He could inspire loyalty in his troops. He could coordinate complex military campaigns. He could recover lost territories. He could inspire hope in a people who had every reason to despair. Totila was declared king in 541 after the murder of his predecessor Eraric. His rise came at a moment when the Byzantine Empire was weakened by several factors beyond its control. In 542, a great plague had broken out across the Mediterranean world. It devastated populations. It killed soldiers and civilians alike. It created demographic collapse in many regions. Armies were decimated. Cities saw their populations halved or worse. The Byzantine forces in Italy were not spared the plague. Their numbers were reduced. Their strength was sapped. At the same time, a new war had broken out between the Byzantine Empire and Persia. The resources and attention that Justinian had devoted to Italy now had to be divided. Troops that might have been sent to Italy to reinforce Belisarius were needed on the Persian frontier. Gold that might have paid for supplies to be shipped to Italy went instead to support the Persian War. The empire was being stretched thin, its resources divided among multiple conflicts. Under Totila's leadership, The Goths began to recover with remarkable speed and determination. They launched counteroffensives across the Italian peninsula and began to recapture territory that the Byzantines had claimed. In 542 and 543, they launched campaigns in the north and south, gradually wearing down Byzantine positions and driving the empire's armies back. The plague that was ravaging the Mediterranean world had weakened both sides, but the Goths seemed to recover their strength faster than the Byzantines. Perhaps because they were fighting on their home territory, perhaps because their motivation was stronger, perhaps simply because of circumstances, the Goths began to gain ground. By 546, Totila had gathered sufficient forces to attempt something audacious. He seized Rome itself. He had besieged the city, and this time Belisarius, already weakened and operating with reduced resources, could not prevent its fall. The city that had been recovered with such difficulty and held with such skill was now lost again. The Eternal City, the capital of the ancient world, had returned to Gothic control. For a brief moment, it seemed that the entire Byzantine conquest might be unraveling. It was reoccupied by the Byzantines soon after, but Totila besieged it again in 549. He demonstrated that he could mount multiple sieges of Rome and recover vast territories across the peninsula. This suggested that the Byzantine conquest might not be permanent after all. The psychological impact of these Gothic successes was significant. It demonstrated conclusively that the Ostrogoths had not been destroyed. Their warrior tradition had not been extinguished. Their will to fight had not been broken. The people of Italy, watching these events unfold, began to wonder whether the Byzantine victory would truly end. Would the Goths be driven out entirely? Or would the war continue indefinitely, consuming resources and lives and leaving the peninsula in ruins? Would the empire truly restore order in Italy, or would the peninsula be left as a battleground for yet another generation of warfare and suffering? The military situation in Italy had become extremely complicated. Belisarius's forces were stretched thin, operating with reduced resources, dealing with disease and plague, and facing an enemy that had proven more capable than initially anticipated. The logistics of maintaining an army in a hostile country remained extraordinarily challenging. Supply lines had to be protected. Food had to be transported from Egypt and North Africa across dangerous sea routes. Merchants had to be contracted at premium prices. Taxes had to be raised across the empire to pay for the ongoing war. Soldiers were exhausted, worn down by years of fighting. Morale was beginning to suffer. Desertion, always a problem in protracted military campaigns, was increasing. The empire was beginning to face a crisis in Italy, even as it faced other crises in other parts of the world. Something had to change, or the Byzantine position in Italy would begin to deteriorate further. Justinian recognized this. He made the decision to send a new commander to Italy. That commander was Narses, another of his most trusted generals. Narses brought a different strategic approach to the conflict. Unlike Belisarius, who had operated with limited resources and had relied heavily on tactical brilliance to overcome material limitations, Narses brought with him larger forces and a different military philosophy. Narses was methodical. He built his advantages carefully. He coordinated complex operations involving multiple army groups. He understood logistics as well as Belisarius did, but he had more resources to work with. In 552, at the Battle of Taginae, also known as the Battle of Busta Gallorum, Narses led his forces against Totila in a pitched battle that would determine the fate of the Gothic kingdom. The battle was fought near the Apennine Mountains in central Italy. Totila commanded a large army, perhaps numbering 20,000 or more. He had recovered vast territories through years of campaigning. He had demonstrated military genius and the remarkable ability to inspire loyalty and courage in his followers. He was everything the Ostrogothic kingdom needed in this moment of existential crisis. But at the Battle of Taginae, Narses defeated him decisively and comprehensively. The battle was not a close contest between evenly matched forces. It was a clear Byzantine victory, achieved through superior tactics and the careful deployment of resources. Totila was killed in the fighting, mortally wounded as he attempted to flee the battlefield after the Gothic forces had begun to collapse and retreat. With his death, the leadership and the heart of the Ostrogothic kingdom collapsed. The army was routed, broken by the Byzantine assault and the loss of their beloved king. The Gothic forces retreated in confusion. The momentum of their entire resurgence was broken decisively. The psychological impact of Totila's death was enormous and immediate. He had been the symbol of Gothic resistance and Gothic hope, the man who had proven that the Goths could not be destroyed by Byzantine military might. Without him, the kingdom seemed to lose its will to continue fighting. Despair began to set in where hope had previously sustained resistance. But the war was not yet over. There remained other Gothic leaders and other Gothic forces, though they were now weakened and demoralized. The kingdom would not surrender simply because its greatest military commander was dead, but it was now only a matter of time before the end came. There was one more fight left, one more desperate struggle before the entire age of Gothic political independence came to an end. After Totila's death, a new Gothic king named Teias took command. He attempted to continue the resistance, but he faced impossible odds. Narses pursued him with methodical determination. The Gothic forces were gradually worn down through the autumn and winter of 552 and into 553. They were pushed back, territory by territory. Their numbers dwindled. Their supplies ran low. Some of their soldiers, seeing that the cause was lost, deserted to the Byzantines or simply disappeared into the countryside to save their own lives. Teias was not Totila. He lacked the charisma and the military genius that had made his predecessor such a formidable enemy. But he was not without courage. He understood that the kingdom was dying. He understood that the Byzantine Empire would not rest until every last Gothic stronghold had been captured or destroyed. He understood that his people faced extinction as an independent power, yet he persisted. He continued to fight because there was nothing else to do. Surrender meant the end of Gothic independence. It meant the erasure of a kingdom that had lasted 60 years. It meant the destruction of an entire people's political identity and power. For a warrior and a king, such an outcome was unthinkable. So Teias continued to resist even as the situation became increasingly desperate. Eventually, the remaining Gothic forces were cornered in the mountains of southern Italy at a place called Mons Lactarius. This mountain, belonging to the St. Angelo range, would be remembered as the scene of the final desperate stand of the Ostrogothic people. It would forever carry the weight of that final tragedy. The Goths maneuvered onto the mountaintop, hoping that the difficult terrain would protect them from Byzantine attack. They were correct in this calculation. Narses did not attempt to assault the position directly. The nature of the ground made a frontal assault extremely dangerous and potentially catastrophic. Byzantine troops charging up the mountain would be exposed and vulnerable to attack from above. Rocks could be thrown down. Arrows could rain down from the high ground. The defenders would have every advantage. Narses understood this. He was not the sort of general who would sacrifice his troops in a direct assault when other options were available. Instead, he surrounded the mountain and settled in for a siege. He would starve the Goths into submission. It was the same strategy that Vitiges had attempted to use against Belisarius at Rome, only this time the roles were reversed. The Goths on the mountaintop discovered that their defensive position, while tactically strong, had a fatal strategic flaw. They were safe from attack, yes, but they were also completely cut off. They were unable to obtain food. They were trapped on the mountain, surrounded by Byzantine forces, with no way to receive supplies or reinforcements. They had whatever food they had wrought with them, and nothing else. As days passed, and then weeks, that food was consumed. The hunger became acute, starvation loomed. They realized that they could not hold out indefinitely. A choice lay before them. They could surrender, which would mean the end of Gothic independence. Or they could attempt one final attack, trying to break through the Byzantine lines and escape, or die in the attempt. The choice was presented to them, and they chose to fight. They launched a surprise attack against the Byzantine forces, attempting to break through their encirclement and escape into the surrounding countryside, or perhaps reach other Gothic strongholds that might still be holding out. It was their only chance. The attack was desperate and brave, but ultimately futile. The Byzantine forces had been preparing for such an attempt. They were ready. The Gothic forces were weak from hunger and worn down by months of continuous fighting and retreat. They fought hard, but they could not overcome the disciplined Byzantine troops. The attack failed. The Goths were defeated in this final battle. Many were killed. Titus himself died in the fighting, mortally wounded as he attempted to rally his remaining troops, or perhaps as he was trying to break through the Byzantine lines. With his death, the last hope of the Ostrogothic kingdom died as well. The banner of the Goths fell. The kingdom that had lasted since 493, that had controlled Italy and adjacent territories, that had seemed at times to be permanently established, came to an end. It ended not in a glorious final victory, but in a desperate, hungry struggle on a mountainside, where the last king of the Goths fell among his people. The Battle of Mons Lactarius, if it can even be called a battle rather than a desperate last stand, effectively concluded the Gothic War in 552 or 553. Some minor Gothic forces continued to hold out in isolated fortifications for a few more years, but the organized resistance had ended. The Ostrogothic kingdom as a political entity ceased to exist. In 554, Justinian issued the Pragmatic Sanction, a legal document that established the new administration of Italy under Byzantine rule. It prescribed how the peninsula would be governed going forward. It attempted to restore Roman legal and administrative structures. It attempted to re-establish the authority of the emperor in Constantinople over the Italian lands. But the Pragmatic Sanction, while symbolically important as a statement of Byzantine authority, could not undo the damage that the war had caused. It could not restore what had been lost. It could not bring back the dead. It could not repopulate the devastated regions. It could not restore the economic productivity of the peninsula. The war had lasted nearly 2 decades. It had consumed an enormous amount of resources. It had destroyed the fabric of Italian civilization. It had depopulated entire regions. It had devastated the economy. It had left scars that would not heal for generations. Italy, which had once been the jewel of the Mediterranean world, was left broken and exhausted. Cities that had thrived were now depopulated and economically ruined. The countryside that had fed the empire was laid waste. Agricultural production had collapsed. Trade networks had been disrupted and destroyed. The population had been decimated by war and plague. Refugees had fled to safer regions. Capital had been destroyed. The infrastructure of civilization had been damaged. Bridges, roads, aqueducts, all the systems that enabled a complex society to function had been broken or neglected during the years of conflict. The Byzantines had won the war, but the victory was Pyrrhic in the truest sense. They had reclaimed Italy, yes, but they had done so at a cost so enormous that the territory was no longer worth holding. The resources required to maintain Byzantine control over Italy drained the imperial treasury. The military forces tied up in Italy could have been deployed elsewhere. The gold spent on the Gothic War could have been used to strengthen other frontiers or invest in other regions of the empire. Justinian had achieved his goal of reconquering the western provinces, but he had done so in a way that weakened the empire overall. Within just 14 years of the Gothic War ending, the consequences of Byzantine weakness in Italy became apparent. In 568, less than 2 decades after the final defeat of the Ostrogoths, a new Germanic people, the Lombards, invaded Italy from the north. The Byzantine Empire, exhausted by the Gothic War and stretched thin by other military commitments, found itself unable to mount an effective defense. The Lombards swept into the peninsula and established their own kingdom. They conquered large portions of territory. Constantinople retained control of only small regions of Italy, mostly in the south and the north along the coast. The interior and much of the peninsula fell to Lombard rule. The conquest that Justinian had achieved at such enormous cost was lost again within a generation. The Byzantines could not hold Italy because they had exhausted themselves conquering it. The empire had won the war but lost the ability to maintain the victory. Justinian's grand vision of restoring the Roman Empire had proven to be unsustainable. The resources required to reconquer the western provinces were too great. The empire could not simultaneously defend all of its frontiers while maintaining control over conquered territories that had been devastated by years of warfare. The fall of the Ostrogothic kingdom represented the end of one of the great barbarian kingdoms of the post-Roman Mediterranean. The Goths had ruled Italy for 70 years, from 493 to 553 or so, depending on how one counts. In that time, they had created a kingdom that, at its height, blended Roman and Germanic traditions into something that was neither purely Roman nor purely Germanic, but rather a synthesis of the two. They had maintained the institutions of Roman civilization while adapting them to accommodate Gothic military traditions and Gothic social structures. They had preserved learning and culture. They had maintained cities and roads and aqueducts. They had created a functioning state that balanced the needs and interests of two distinct populations, but they had never fully resolved the underlying tensions between these populations. The dual legal system, while clever in theory, created ongoing friction and resentment. The Arian Christianity of the Goths, while tolerated by the Roman Catholic population, remained a source of division and tension. The Gothic control of the military meant that ultimate power rested with the Gothic aristocracy, which could always outvote or overrule the Roman civilian administration in moments of crisis. These underlying tensions, which had been held in check by the sheer personality and authority of Theodoric, had surfaced after his death. They had contributed to the internal conflicts that weakened the kingdom in the face of Byzantine invasion. In the end, the Ostrogothic kingdom had fallen, not simply because the Byzantine Empire was militarily superior, though it was. It had fallen because it was fundamentally unstable, resting on careful balances and delicate compromises that depended on the presence of strong leadership and external stability. Once Theodoric died and strong leadership was lacking, once external threats emerged in the form of Byzantine invasion, the kingdom had begun to fracture. The internal divisions that had always existed beneath the surface had begun to manifest. The different populations and factions had pursued their own interests rather than the interests of the kingdom as a whole. The military forces, which should have been unified in defense of the realm, had instead been divided by political factions and competing claims of leadership. By the time a new military genius, Totila, had emerged to rally the kingdom, the damage had already been done. The kingdom had already begun to collapse under the weight of Byzantine military pressure. Totila had managed to recover and restore Gothic military fortunes for a time, but ultimately even his genius could not overcome the fundamental weaknesses of the Gothic state. In the end, the kingdom fell not with a bang, but with a final desperate struggle on a mountainside, where the last Gothic king died among his people, and the age of Gothic political independence came to an end. What happened next, in the decades and centuries that followed, was that the Gothic people themselves gradually assimilated into the population they had conquered. Their language was gradually absorbed into the local dialect. Their cultural traditions were gradually adopted or abandoned as they were replaced by local traditions. Their social structures were gradually dismantled and replaced. The Goths, as a distinct ethnic and political entity, disappeared. They were absorbed into the broader Mediterranean populations. Their names survived in place names and family names. Their cultural and linguistic contributions survived in the broader culture. But as a distinct political and military power, they were gone. The kingdom that they had created did not survive their political defeat. The institutions that they had built were replaced by Byzantine institutions. The legal codes that they had maintained were replaced by the codes of Justinian. The churches that they had built were reconsecrated to Catholic Christianity. The memory of their kingdom faded into history. But the Ostrogoths were not the only Goths in the Mediterranean world. In the Iberian Peninsula and southwestern Gaul, another Gothic kingdom had established itself in the centuries after the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. The Visigothic kingdom had developed separately from the Ostrogothic kingdom. It had followed a different path. It had achieved a higher degree of integration with the local population. It had converted to Catholicism earlier and more completely. It had developed a more unified legal system that applied to both Goths and Romans. By many measures, the Visigothic kingdom seemed more stable and more permanent than the Ostrogothic kingdom had been. It had weathered the crises that had destroyed the Ostrogoths. It had survived for centuries. It had developed a sophisticated administrative system. It had created a vibrant intellectual and cultural life. But like the Ostrogothic kingdom, the Visigothic kingdom would not survive the 8th century. Like its predecessor, it would face internal divisions and external threats. Like its predecessor, it would eventually collapse and disappear from history. But the story of that collapse would be different in important ways from the story of the Ostrogoths. The Visigothic kingdom would not fall to a direct Byzantine military conquest. Instead, it would fall to a combination of internal civil war and invasion by forces from North Africa, and in its fall, it would bring to an end the entire age of Gothic political independence in Europe. The Visigothic kingdom that emerged in Hispania had taken a fundamentally different path from its Ostrogothic cousin in Italy, where the Ostrogoths had arrived in Italy as conquerors, imposing their rule on a Roman population, and never quite resolving the tensions between the two peoples. The Visigoths had gradually developed something closer to a true synthesis. They had arrived in Gaul as federati, Roman allies fighting against Vandals and other threats. When they eventually settled in Hispania, they had centuries to develop relationships with the local population. They adopted Roman law and administrative practices. They developed a shared Catholic Christian faith with the Hispano-Roman population. They intermarried. They created a legal framework that eventually abolished the distinction between Goth and Roman altogether. By the 7th century, it was becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish where the Gothic element ended and the Roman element began in Visigothic society. The Visigothic nobility, the landowners, the military officers, the administrative officials, many of them had both Gothic and Roman ancestry. The culture was a blend. The religion was unified. The law was unified. On paper, at least, the Visigothic kingdom should have been more stable than the Ostrogothic kingdom had been. It had deeper roots in the local population. It had stronger cultural fusion. It had time to develop institutional stability. It had removed the religious divisions that had plagued the Ostrogoths. And yet, in the early 8th century, the Visigothic kingdom was fracturing in ways that seemed almost impossible to prevent. The political structure of the Visigothic kingdom was, on the surface, a functioning monarchy. There was a king at Toledo, the capital, ruling from a court that maintained the traditions of both Roman administration and Gothic military leadership. The kingdom had a written legal code, eventually completed in 654, that applied to all subjects equally. This was a significant development because it meant that the old system of separate laws for Goths and Romans, which had persisted in the Ostrogothic kingdom, had been abandoned. Everyone, regardless of ethnic origin, was now subject to the same legal system. This should have created greater cohesion. Instead, it created new problems. Noblemen and landowners who had previously wielded power within their own ethnic communities now had to compete for influence within a unified system. The traditional checks and balances that had kept any single faction from becoming too powerful were weakened or eliminated. The king was supposed to be above factional politics, but in practice, he was often the puppet of whichever faction could muster enough support in the nobility. The Visigothic monarchy operated on a principle that would have seemed strange to Romans or to the Ostrogoths. The king was not simply born into office, automatically inheriting his position because he was the eldest son of his predecessor. Yes, sons of kings had advantages. They had royal lineage, which gave them legitimacy and the support of royal families and their clients. But they were not automatically guaranteed succession. The Visigothic throne was, in theory, an elective monarchy. The nobles gathered in council to elect the new king from among candidates of royal lineage. This system was supposed to ensure that the best man, the most capable leader, would be chosen to rule. In practice, it meant that every succession became a political crisis. Factions rallied behind different candidates. Negotiations took place. Pressure was applied. Alliances were made and broken. Kings made promises to the nobles who supported them, promises of land, titles, military commands, privileges. The decision was made, but the losing factions nursed their grievances. They waited for their moment, knowing that the king they had opposed would not protect them indefinitely from harm. They built alliances with other dissatisfied nobles. They planned for the next succession, knowing that their chance would come again when the current king died. The elective principle, which was meant to ensure quality leadership, instead ensured constant political instability. It meant that no king was ever completely secure in his position, that every reign was precarious, that the death of the king would trigger another succession crisis. The nobility of the Visigothic kingdom was extraordinarily powerful. The king ruled with the consent of the nobility, and their consent was never guaranteed. The great landowners controlled vast territories. They commanded the loyalty of armies of their own. They had the ability to withstand the king if they chose to. They had the ability to negotiate with foreign powers if the king displeased them. They had the ability to remove the king and replace him if they judged him unfit. This power was not theoretical. It was wielded. Nobles constantly plotted against the king. Nobles constantly maneuvered for advantage against other nobles. The 7th century saw, according to historical records, numerous civil wars between factions of the aristocracy. Kings were deposed. Kings were murdered. Kings were replaced. The stability that the unified legal code was supposed to provide never fully materialized because the political system was fundamentally unstable. The administrative structure of the Visigothic kingdom was based on Roman models. There were provincial governors, tax collectors, military commanders, all organized in a hierarchical system that looked rational and orderly on parchment. But in practice, the system was riddled with corruption and inefficiency. Local governors seized power for themselves. Tax collectors enriched themselves at the kingdom's expense. Military commanders ignored orders from the capital when it served their interests. The king in Toledo could issue decrees, but enforcing them across the vast territories of Hispania was another matter entirely. Communication was slow. Transportation was difficult. The king's actual power extended fully only into the regions immediately around the capital. In the distant provinces, the governors acted almost as independent rulers, acknowledging the king's nominal authority while pursuing their own agendas. The system of provincial control that the Visigoths had inherited from Rome was designed for an empire with a strong central government and sufficient military resources to enforce its will throughout the realm. The Visigothic kingdom had neither of these crucial advantages. It was smaller, weaker, and more fragmented than the Roman Empire had been. The nobles who ruled the provinces were not mere administrators appointed by the king and subject to removal at his pleasure. They were landowners, warlords, military commanders in their own right. They had inherited their positions through family connections and military prowess. They had client networks, supporters, armies of their own. The king could theoretically remove them, but doing so would require military force, which the king might not have available. More often than not, the king had to negotiate with these great provincial lords, making deals and accommodating their wishes to maintain the appearance of control. The church played an increasingly important role in the governance of the Visigothic kingdom. Bishops wielded enormous power, especially after the conversion to Catholicism. They could anoint kings, legitimizing their rule in the eyes of the population through religious ceremony and blessing. They could excommunicate nobles, damaging their authority and their standing among the faithful. They could gather synods and councils, which made decisions that had the force of law in religious matters, and often in civil matters as well. Some bishops were also landowners with their own military forces. Some were connected by family ties to the nobility. The relationship between church and state was meant to be cooperative, but in practice it was often a competition for power. Bishops and nobles sometimes allied against the king. Sometimes the king allied with bishops against nobles. Sometimes the church found itself caught between competing factions, forced to choose sides or attempt to mediate. The involvement of the church in governance had both stabilizing and destabilizing effects. On the one hand, the religious authority of the bishops gave the monarchy a source of legitimacy that was independent of pure military force. A king who had been anointed by the church and supported by the bishops could claim not just to be a powerful military leader, but to be divinely chosen. This gave his rule a spiritual dimension that could inspire loyalty. On the other hand, this same religious authority could be turned against the king. If the bishops withdrew their support or sided with his enemies, they could delegitimize his rule. A king who was excommunicated, who was declared to be acting contrary to God's will, would find his support crumbling. Bishops were not merely religious figures, they were political players with their own agendas, their own alliances, their own competitors for power. By the early 8th century, the Visigothic kingdom's political structure, while appearing unified and sophisticated on the surface, was deeply fractured beneath. The nobility was divided into competing factions. The church was sometimes a stabilizing force, and sometimes a destabilizing one. The king's power was real but limited. The administrative system was functional but corrupted. The province governors ruled almost as independent potentates. The bishops competed for influence. The nobility plotted against each other. And above all this fractious chaos sat the king, attempting to maintain the appearance of control while actually presiding over a kingdom that was held together by force of personality and shifting alliances rather than any true institutional structure. The kingdom possessed the institutions and the culture of a sophisticated Christian monarchy, but it lacked the political cohesion necessary to use those institutions effectively. It was a kingdom that looked stable from a distance, but was fundamentally unstable up close. And that instability would soon be tested by internal crises and external threats that would ultimately destroy it. The religious transformation of the Visigothic kingdom from Arian to Catholic Christianity was one of the most significant events in its history. For nearly 2 centuries after the Visigoths first arrived in Hispania, they maintained their traditional Arian Christian faith. This faith set them apart from the predominantly Catholic population. The Arian Christianity of the Goths taught that Christ was subordinate to God the Father, a doctrine that Catholic Christianity rejected. This theological difference was more than just abstract theology. It was embedded in church organization, in religious practice, in political relationships. The Catholic churches in Hispania answered to Rome and to the Pope. The Arian churches of the Goths maintained their own hierarchy. The two faiths could coexist, but they created a structural division in Visigothic society that paralleled the division that had existed between Arian Goths and Catholic Romans in the Ostrogothic kingdom. The process of conversion to Catholicism took place gradually over the 6th century and accelerated dramatically at the Third Council of Toledo in 589. By the late 6th century, Visigothic kings had begun to sense that maintaining Arian Christianity while ruling over a predominantly Catholic population created unnecessary friction. It also created diplomatic problems. The Byzantine Empire, with which the Visigoths sometimes negotiated and sometimes fought, was aggressively Catholic and viewed Arianism with suspicion. The Pope, the spiritual leader of Western Christianity and a figure of increasing political importance, regarded Arian heresy as an offense against true faith. For a Visigothic king seeking legitimacy among his Catholic subjects and diplomatic standing with neighboring Christian powers, converting to Catholicism made sense. King Reccared took the crucial step. He was king of the Visigoths from 586 to 601, and he decided that the time had come for the Visigothic kingdom to abandon Arianism and embrace Catholicism. This was not a decision made in isolation. It was part of a broader transformation of Visigothic society. The conversion of the king implied the conversion of the Gothic nobility. The conversion of the nobility implied the conversion of the entire population. In 589, at the Third Council of Toledo, the conversion was formally announced and declared official. The king, the bishops, the nobility, the people, all professed Catholic faith. The Arian churches were reintegrated into the Catholic Church structure. Arian priests either accepted the Catholic faith or were deposed. The process was remarkably smooth compared to how it might have been. There was no large-scale religious persecution. There were no major revolts by Arian believers. The conversion took place with remarkable unanimity. What made this possible was that many Visigoths had already adopted Catholic faith individually, even as the official Arian theology remained dominant. Intermarriage between Goths and Hispano-Romans had created families that practiced both faiths or had converted entirely. Economic integration had created connections between the populations that transcended religious differences. The Visigothic nobility, realizing that Catholic faith gave them greater legitimacy among their subjects, had often embraced it. By the time of the formal conversion in 589, the theological gap between the ordinary practicing Visigoth and the ordinary practicing Hispano-Roman had already narrowed significantly. The conversion to Catholicism had profound consequences for Visigothic identity and unity. It removed one of the major barriers to complete cultural and social integration between Goths and Hispano-Romans. It meant that there was no longer an official religious distinction between the ruling class and the ruled. It created a single religious framework that encompassed the entire kingdom. It established the Catholic Church, with the king as the supreme authority over church matters in the Visigothic realm as the official institution of the kingdom. It meant that bishops became integral to the process of governance, and church councils became forums for making decisions that had both religious and political significance. But the conversion also created new problems. The church now had enormous power and influence. This attracted ambitious men to church office. bishops competed with each other and with secular nobles for power and influence. The councils that were meant to strengthen the kingdom by creating unity in faith became instead forums for political competition. Bishops aligned themselves with nobles against other factions. The church became entangled in the political struggles of the kingdom. Rather than standing above factional politics and serving as a unifying force, the church became another arena in which political battles were fought. Religious disputes became proxies for political disputes. Questions of doctrine, which should have been settled once the conversion to Catholicism was complete, instead remained sources of tension and disagreement because they were tied to political interests. The religious unity that the conversion to Catholicism was supposed to create proved to be more fragile than it initially appeared. The kingdom was nominally Catholic, but within that Catholicity there were differences of emphasis and interpretation. There were regional variations in religious practice. There were disputes about the proper relationship between church and state. There were conflicts between bishops about church authority and precedence. The fact that everyone now professed the same faith did not mean that everyone believed the same things or pursued the same religious and political agenda. The conversion to Catholicism gave the Visigothic kingdom a religious framework that was more unified than before, but it did not resolve the underlying political instability. If anything, by making the church a participant in the political struggles of the kingdom, rather than a separate institution standing above those struggles, the conversion complicated the political situation further. By the early 8th century, the religious transformation of the Visigothic kingdom to Catholicism was complete and irreversible. The kingdom had gone beyond conversion to genuine cultural synthesis. The Catholic Church was integral to Visigothic governance and identity, but this integration did not create the stability that was hoped for. Instead, it created new sources of conflict and division. The Church's involvement in political matters meant that every succession crisis became a religious crisis as well. Every faction built alliances with bishops. Every civil conflict had religious dimensions. The unity of faith did not produce unity of purpose. The transformation to Catholicism had been complete in a religious sense, but it had not eliminated the political divisions that plagued the kingdom. Religious unity and political unity were not the same thing. The bishops, now integrated into the political system, became players in the political conflicts. They supported different kings, backed different claimants in succession disputes, allied with noble factions. The Third Council of Toledo in 589 had been celebrated as a triumph of faith and unity. But the councils that followed, as successive kings convened them to address various issues, became less about doctrine and more about political positioning. A council could be called to legitimize a king's position or to challenge it. A council could declare a rival illegitimate or support a claim to the throne. Religious authority was being weaponized in the service of political interests. This was most evident during succession crises. When a king died, the nobles gathered to choose his successor, but increasingly the bishops gathered as well, using their religious authority to support one candidate or another. A bishop who anointed the new king, who declared him to be God's chosen, had enormous influence over his reign. But which candidate the bishop supported depended on their own interests, their alliances with great noble families, their personal ambitions. The same bishop might have supported a different candidate a few years later if circumstances changed, or if his position in the political structure shifted. The Visigothic kingdom remained divided, fractious, unstable, even as it proclaimed itself a united Catholic Christian realm. The religious conversion had been a response to the need to create unity, but it had ultimately failed to achieve that goal. Instead, it had created a kingdom that was religiously unified but politically fractured. A kingdom where the church and state were so intertwined that neither could function without the other. and where the interests of the church and state frequently conflicted despite their formal integration. The political instability that plagued the Visigothic kingdom in the 7th century was rooted in the nature of the elective monarchy and the power of the nobility. But it manifested itself in a series of succession crises and civil conflicts that gradually weakened the kingdom's coherence and its ability to respond to external threats. Every king's death was a moment of crisis. Every succession was contested. Every new reign brought not peace, but renewed conflict as the disappointed factions plotted their revenge and carefully prepared for the next succession. The 7th century was marked by a series of brief reigns, depositions, and civil wars. Kings were made and unmade with alarming frequency. Some reigned for decades, others for only a few years. Some died of natural causes, others were deposed or murdered. The political system was in constant flux, constantly torn by conflicts between noble factions, each seeking to control the throne. The reign of King Witiza, who ruled from approximately 702 to 710, demonstrated the fragility of Visigothic political stability even during what might have been stable times. Witiza was not a particularly strong or impressive king by the accounts that survive. He was, by some reports, indecisive and easily influenced by those around him. But he managed to hold the throne for nearly a decade, which was a respectable length of time given the political instability of the kingdom. He managed to produce sons, which meant that there would be a question of succession when he died. Before his death, Witiza attempted to ensure that his sons would inherit his throne. This was a natural desire for any king, but it violated the principle of elective monarchy that was supposed to govern Visigothic succession. The nobles were supposed to choose the best candidate from among the royal candidates, not simply accept the king's choice. The principle had been violated before, but not without controversy. When Witiza died in 710, his attempt to secure the succession of his sons created a crisis that would tear the kingdom apart. Witiza's sons, who were relatively young, had legitimate claims to the throne based on their royal lineage. But they also faced opposition from nobles who had their own candidates and their own political agendas. The kingdom's most powerful nobles had no desire to be ruled by a child or by a weak regent. They wanted a king they could negotiate with, a king who would respect their interests and accommodate their wishes. Witiza's sons offered no such guarantee. They were young and untested. They might develop into strong kings who would challenge noble power, or they might become instruments of whichever faction could gain influence over them. Either way, they represented uncertainty and risk. One of the candidates for the throne was a nobleman named Roderick. He was not of royal birth, which meant that his claim to the throne was technically weaker than that of Witiza's sons based on the usual standards of Visigothic succession. But he was ambitious, capable, and had the support of powerful factions of the nobility. He represented strength and experience, qualities that the nobles valued in a king. When Witiza died, the succession was contested. Roderick seized the throne, either by force or through the support of powerful nobles who elected him king. The exact sequence of events is rather unclear from the historical records that survive. The sources that describe this succession are fragmentary and sometimes contradictory. But what is clear is that Roderick's seizure of the throne was not unopposed. The supporters of Witiza's sons, particularly his son Aquila, refused to accept Roderick as legitimate. In their view, Roderick was a usurper, a man who had seized power that rightfully belonged to the royal line. A civil war erupted almost immediately. This was not a conflict that could be quickly resolved through a battle or two. It was a fractious, bloody civil war that lasted for years. Different regions of the kingdom supported different claimants. Some areas that had strong ties to noble families that opposed Roderick supported Aquila. Some areas had interests that aligned with Roderick's supporters. The nobility split into factions. the church found itself caught between competing claims of legitimacy. Some bishops supported Aquila's claim, others supported Roderick. The kingdom that was supposed to be unified and stable was instead torn apart by internal conflict. Military resources that should have been devoted to defending the kingdom's borders were instead devoted to fighting other Visigoths. Tax revenues that should have gone to maintaining the military infrastructure went instead to paying the armies of the competing factions. Soldiers who should have been training for external defense were instead fighting civil wars. Roderick, having seized power, attempted to consolidate his position by all the means available to a king. He issued edicts establishing his legitimacy. He rewarded his supporters with land, titles, and positions of power. He punished those who opposed him, confiscating their lands and their properties. He built alliances with the church, seeking the support and legitimacy that bishops could provide. But his position remained unstable. The supporters of Wititza's sons never fully accepted his rule. They continued to agitate for the restoration of the rightful king. They recruited allies, particularly among regional nobles who disliked Roderick or distrusted his rule. They built alliances with other dissatisfied factions. The kingdom was beginning to fracture. It was beginning to show the strains that would eventually tear it apart. The civil war that had erupted in 710, when Wititza died, would, in its various forms, continue until the very end of the Visigothic kingdom. In the midst of this civil war, Visigothic strength was diminished in every conceivable way. The military was divided between factions supporting different claimants to the throne. The nobility was divided, with some supporting Roderick and others supporting Aquila. The kingdom's ability to respond to external threats was not just compromised, it was essentially non-existent. The king could not command the loyalty of all the military forces. Some generals obeyed Roderick, others obeyed Aquila's supporters. Some areas had their own militia forces that followed the orders of local nobles rather than the king. It was precisely in such circumstances, with internal divisions rendering a kingdom vulnerable, that external enemies strike. And indeed, it was precisely at this moment that external pressures began to mount. The Umayyad Caliphate, the Islamic empire that had conquered much of North Africa and was expanding its power with astonishing speed, began to exert pressure on the borders of Hispania. The Visigothic kingdom faced threats from multiple directions, but the most serious threat came from the south and from the sea. The Umayyad Caliphate, which had conquered Egypt, North Africa, and was looking for further expansion, saw Hispania as a tempting target. The kingdom was wealthy. It was fractured and divided. It was weakened by internal conflict. The Umayyads had built a powerful navy. They had experienced generals who had conquered vast territories. They had a strong military tradition derived from both the Arab traditions and the military systems they had inherited from the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Sassanid Empire. They had the resources and the will to conquer new territories. The caliphate was at the height of its power, at the zenith of its military capabilities. For them, Hispania represented an opportunity, a wealthy and sophisticated kingdom that was now vulnerable to conquest. The Visigothic kingdom, in contrast, was not in a position of strength. Its military was divided by internal conflict, with factions supporting different claimants. Its treasury was depleted by the cost of civil war, the armies of the competing factions eating up resources that should have been spent on defense or economic development. Its leadership was focused on internal struggles rather than external defense. The kingdom had also lost some of its military edge in previous decades. The forces that had successfully defended Hispania against Vandals and other invaders centuries earlier were no longer available. Those military traditions had been passed from generation to generation, but with the passage of time and the changing circumstances of the kingdom, the collective knowledge of how to conduct large-scale military campaigns had faded. Younger soldiers had never fought a major defensive war. Commanders who had learned strategy through experience were retired or dead. The institutional memory of how to organize and conduct military campaigns at a large scale was fading into the past. The external pressures on the Visigothic kingdom were not simply military. Trade networks that had once connected Hispania to the rest of the Mediterranean world were being disrupted by the expansion of the Umayyad Caliphate. As the Caliphate expanded its control over North Africa, the sea lanes that had once been safe for Christian merchants became increasingly dangerous. The Umayyads had built a navy, and they used it to protect their own trade routes while threatening those of their enemies. The kingdom's economic resources, which had been adequate in times of peace, were becoming strained by the need to maintain military forces on multiple fronts and to conduct an internal civil war. The religious conversion to Catholicism, while it unified the faith, had removed certain diplomatic and military advantages that the kingdom had once had. The network of connections to the Byzantine Empire, which had existed when Visigothic kings had sought alliance with Constantinople, was weaker or non-existent by the early 8th century. The Byzantines had their own problems, fighting the Umayyads in Syria and Palestine. They had no desire to invest resources in defending Hispania. The Visigothic kingdom had also experienced a gradual erosion of its territorial control over the decades and centuries. In the far north, Christian kingdoms had begun to develop that would eventually become Portugal, Leon, and other Christian Spanish kingdoms. These kingdoms were not yet major powers, but they represented a fragmentation of the peninsula. The kingdom that had once dominated Hispania absolutely was now sharing the peninsula with other powers. The unity that the kingdom had once achieved was slipping away. This fragmentation would eventually lead to the Reconquista of much later centuries, when Christian kingdoms would slowly reconquer the peninsula from Muslim rule. But in the early 8th century, these northern kingdoms were still relatively weak and not yet serious competitors for power. They would, however, survive where the Visigothic kingdom would not. The real threat came from across the sea, from the Umayyad Caliphate in North Africa. Across the Strait of Gibraltar, which separated Hispania from North Africa, the Islamic military forces gathered. The Umayyad Caliphate saw Hispania as vulnerable and tempting. They began to make preparations for conquest. They gathered forces, experienced troops who had already conquered much of the Mediterranean world. They built or gathered ships, transports capable of carrying armies across the sea. They prepared their armies, organizing the logistics and supplies necessary for an invasion and conquest of a wealthy, sophisticated kingdom. They watched and waited, gathering intelligence about the internal conflicts within Visigothic Spain, seeing opportunities opening before them. The Visigothic kingdom, torn by civil war and weakened by internal division, had no effective way to respond. The leaders of the competing factions, Roderick, and the supporters of Achilla, were too focused on their struggle for power to give adequate attention to the external threat. There were reports of Umayyad movements, rumors of invasion, but these warnings were either ignored or interpreted through the lens of internal politics. Would an external threat unite the kingdom, or provide an opportunity for one faction to gain advantage? Would inviting foreign allies into the kingdom to help against one's internal enemies ultimately serve one's interests or destroy them? These were the questions that occupied the minds of the Visigothic leaders, not the external danger that was gathering Acro. The kingdom that had once been a substantial power in the Mediterranean world, was now in decline, fractured, divided, and about to face a catastrophe that would end its existence as an independent political entity. The fall of the Goths, which had begun in Italy with the Ostrogothic kingdom, would now be completed in Hispania with the fall of the Visigothic kingdom. But the story of that fall would be different from the fall of the Ostrogoths. It would not be the result of a sustained military campaign by a Christian empire seeking to restore its territories. Instead, It would be the result of internal conflict, external invasion, and the rapid collapse of a kingdom that was already in the process of disintegrating from within. The Visigothic kingdom, torn by civil war and weakened by internal division, had no effective way to respond to the gathering threat from across the sea. The preparations for invasion continued through 710 and into 711. Roderick, having seized the throne and attempting to consolidate his power, faced the constant pressure of nobles and regional governors who refused to acknowledge his legitimacy. The supporters of Witiza's sons, particularly those loyal to Aquila, remained unreconciled to his rule. The early years of Roderick's reign had been consumed by attempts to establish control. Some sources suggest that Roderick may have attempted to use force to suppress these opposition groups, which only deepened the factional divisions among the nobility. Other accounts indicate that he negotiated, making promises and granting privileges to various nobles in attempts to secure their loyalty. He may have attempted both strategies simultaneously, trying to crush some factions while negotiating with others. Whatever specific tactics he employed, the fundamental problem remained unresolved. The kingdom was divided against itself in ways that no single king could easily repair. Resources that should have been devoted to defending the coastline against invasion were instead being spent on suppressing internal rivals and maintaining the loyalty of uncertain nobles. Military forces that should have been deployed against external enemies were instead positioned against internal enemies, scattered across the peninsula in garrisons designed to prevent rebellion rather than to defend against invasion. Tax revenue that should have been collected for military preparedness was being diverted to paying for the armies of the competing factions and rewarding the nobles whose support Roderick needed to remain in power. The provincial governors, who might have mobilized local forces in response to invasion, were themselves often in conflict with Roderick or concerned with their own regional power bases. The bishops, who might have used their spiritual authority to unite the kingdom around the defense of Christian territory against Islamic invasion, were themselves divided between supporters of different factions and concerned with their own institutional interests. The political leadership of the kingdom was fractured and unable to act decisively on any matter of national importance, much less on something as complex and demanding as preparing for invasion. Communication from North Africa about Umayyad preparations would have reached the kingdom, but the reports were filtered through the lens of internal politics and factional interests. Merchants and travelers crossing between Hispania and North Africa would have brought news of military preparations, of ships being gathered, of armies assembling. Spies and informants who served the various noble factions would have reported what they learned. Some factions may have wanted to alarm Roderick about the external threat, in hopes of forcing him to unite the kingdom under their leadership, or in hopes that he would be distracted from consolidating power against them. Other factions may have deliberately dismissed the reports as exaggerations or lies, unwilling to give Roderick the political capital and military authority that successfully mobilizing against an invasion might provide. Some factions may even have seen an invasion as advantageous to their own interests, believing that chaos and weakness might allow them to seize power. The exact details of what information reached the Visigothic leadership and how they interpreted it are lost to history. What is clear from the historical record is that no effective defensive preparations were made. The coastal defences that might have stopped an invasion, or at least slowed it down, were not strengthened with additional troops or fortifications. Additional troops were not mobilized to the southern frontier from the interior regions of the kingdom. Naval forces were not deployed to the Strait of Gibraltar to intercept transports carrying the invasion force. Messages were apparently not sent to regional commanders with clear instructions to prepare for invasion or with authority to mobilize defensive forces. The kingdom drifted into 711, essentially unprepared for what was about to happen, divided against itself. its political leadership unable to agree on anything, including how to respond to what should have been a clear and obvious external threat. The Umayyad Caliphate, having completed its preparations and having assessed the situation in Hispania through various reports and intelligence networks, moved to action. The exact circumstances of the decision to invade remain somewhat obscure in the historical record, but the preparations themselves are well documented in contemporary Islamic sources. The Umayyad leadership had carefully considered the advantages and disadvantages of invasion. Hispania was wealthy, its cities were sophisticated, its agricultural resources were substantial. It was ruled by Christians, which from the perspective of the expanding Islamic empire meant it was potentially convertible territory and could be brought within the domain of Islamic rule. Some sources suggest that a Visigothic faction, perhaps supporters of Witiza's sons or enemies of Roderick, actually invited the Umayyads to intervene on their behalf in the internal civil war. These sources claim that factions desperate to overthrow Roderick saw military assistance from North Africa as a way to tip the balance of power decisively in their favor. The historical debate has continued for centuries about whether the invitation was real or whether it was simply invented later by historians seeking to make the invasion seem less shocking and more comprehensible as a result of internal conspiracy. Whether this invitation actually occurred or whether it was simply invented later as a narrative device to explain the catastrophic collapse of the kingdom is impossible to determine with absolute certainty from the historical sources available to us. What is historically documented is that military forces began crossing the Strait of Gibraltar in the spring of 711. The invasion force was commanded by a general named Tariq ibn Ziyad, a skilled military commander who had already proven his prowess in North African campaigns, and who had the confidence of his superiors in the Umayyad command structure. The force consisted primarily of Berber soldiers, with some Arab units and other components drawn from across the Umayyad military establishment. The exact size of the invasion force is disputed by historians, with estimates ranging from several thousand to perhaps 20,000 men or even larger. What matters historically is that it was large enough to secure a beachhead, to establish a base of operations, and to begin sustained military operations inland, but it was small enough that it could only succeed if it faced minimal organized resistance, or if the invasion could be rapidly expanded with additional forces brought across the strait. The Umayyads were gambling that the internal division of the Visigothic kingdom would ensure that they faced no unified defense, that the various factions would be too busy fighting each other to coordinate an effective response to external invasion. The invasion force landed in the southern part of Hispania, in what is now the region of Andalusia. The landing itself went unopposed or faced only minimal resistance from local forces. The initial operations were designed to establish a secure base of operations from which further campaigns could be launched. Tariq ibn Ziyad established a camp at Ceuta and began to consolidate the beachhead. Additional forces were brought across the strait. Supply lines were established. The Umayyad forces were preparing for a longer campaign, but they were not yet committed to conquering the entire peninsula. The initial plan was likely more limited, perhaps to support their allies in the Visigothic civil war and to secure control over the southern coastal regions. The fact that the invasion succeeded so rapidly and so completely, eventually resulting in the conquest of most of the peninsula, was not inevitable at this point. Much depended on how the Visigothic leadership would respond. King Roderick received reports of the invasion from his southern frontier, but he was reluctant to believe that they represented a truly serious threat to the kingdom as a whole. He was preoccupied with internal matters, with trying to maintain control over the kingdom against the opposition of various noble factions that had never fully accepted his rule. He had his own forces tied down in confrontations with regional governors who resisted his authority, and with the supporters of Witiza's sons, who never stopped plotting for the restoration of what they considered to be the legitimate dynasty. He could not, in his view, afford to divert significant military resources to confront an invasion that might be nothing more than a raid across the strait or a limited incursion designed to plunder coastal regions and then withdraw. He may also have feared that calling up the full military reserves of the kingdom would look like weakness, would suggest that he was frightened of external enemies, and might embolden the internal factions that opposed him to accelerate their own plans for his overthrow. He made a decision that would prove to be catastrophic. Instead of immediately mobilizing the full military resources of the kingdom to confront the invasion, instead of declaring a national emergency and calling for unity in the face of external threat, he decided to deal with the invasion as a local matter that could be handled by regional commanders without disrupting the delicate political balance he was trying to maintain. He ordered the regional commanders in the southern provinces to handle the invasion. He sent messages to local governors telling them to prepare their forces and to resist the Umayyad incursion. But he did not personally lead a military campaign to the south. He did not call up the full military reserves of the kingdom from all the regions. He did not attempt to bring together all the scattered noble forces under unified command, which might have seemed to the nobles like an attempt to concentrate power in his own hands. In essence, he treated the invasion as a problem to be handled by local commanders and local forces, rather than as a national emergency, requiring a full mobilization of national resources and a transformation of the political system to deal with an existential threat. This decision was a critical mistake, with consequences that would prove catastrophic for the kingdom. The Visigothic military tradition had evolved over centuries into a system that fundamentally depended on unified command and coordinated action among the various regional forces. Military campaigns of any significance had to be organized at the national level, with resources pooled from across the kingdom, with a clear chain of command stretching from the capital to the regional commanders. Individual regional commanders, however competent they might be, could not effectively defend the kingdom against an organized invasion without support from the center and without the ability to call on reserves and reinforcements from other regions. By failing to mobilize the full resources of the kingdom, and by treating the invasion as a regional problem rather than a national emergency, Roderick ensured that whatever resistance was eventually offered would be fragmented and piecemeal, local and disconnected, rather than coordinated and coherent. The Umayyad forces, unified under a single command structure and operating with a clear strategic objective of conquest and control, would face scattered and uncoordinated opposition that they could defeat piece by piece. In the summer of 711, the Umayyad invasion force expanded its operations beyond the initial beachhead. Tariq ibn Ziyad led his forces northward and inland, seeking to engage the main Visigothic military forces. The Umayyads knew that they had to destroy the Visigothic military capacity before the kingdom could organize a serious response. Every day that passed allowed Roderick time to potentially mobilize more forces. Every delay increased the risk that internal factional disputes might be temporarily set aside in the face of a common external threat. The Umayyads needed to achieve decisive military victory quickly before the Visigothic kingdom could respond with its full military capacity. The main Visigothic military force under Roderick's command was stationed in the central part of the peninsula, near the city of Toledo, the capital. As reports came in of the expanding invasion, Roderick gathered what forces he could assemble and prepared to march southward to confront the Umayyad invasion. But his army was not the full military capacity of the kingdom. It was only what he could assemble without completely disrupting the internal balance of power, and without drawing on forces from regions that were potentially hostile to his rule, or that he feared might use his absence as an opportunity to rebel against his authority. By some estimates, he commanded a force of perhaps 10,000 men, possibly more. Some contemporary sources suggest his force was quite substantial, perhaps 20,000 or even larger, but the exact numbers remain uncertain. The Umayyad force under Tariq ibn Ziyad, after absorbing additional troops brought across the strait, was of comparable size to Roderick's force, perhaps slightly smaller, or of approximately equal strength depending on the source. The battle that would decide the fate of the kingdom would be fought between approximately equal forces, neither side enjoying a decisive numerical advantage. Under normal circumstances, a competent military commander might be able to defeat an invading force of equal size if he had the advantage of fighting on his own territory, with secure supply lines and the possibility of reinforcements nearby. But Roderick's situation was far from normal. He was fighting far from the capital, in territory that might not be entirely loyal to him. He was fighting with an army that had been assembled hastily from various regions and that had not been trained together or coordinated for a major campaign involving the full military forces of the kingdom. He was fighting without the certainty that he could count on reinforcements from other parts of the kingdom, because those forces might be needed to maintain order in regions that opposed his rule. The Umayyads, in contrast, were a unified force that had fought together successfully in previous campaigns across North Africa. They had experienced commanders who understood coordinated large-scale warfare. They had proven their ability to function as an integrated military unit under experienced leadership. The forces that Roderick led were assembled from the various noble factions of the kingdom, united only by the immediate emergency of invasion, potentially harboring grievances against each other and uncertain loyalties to a king whom many of them had never fully accepted as legitimate. The two forces met at a location in southern Spain that is known as the Wadi Becker in Arabic sources, or the Guadalete River in Spanish sources. The exact location has been debated by historians for centuries, but it was somewhere in the southern part of the peninsula, in a region that is now part of Andalusia. The battle is known as the Battle of Guadalete, and it took place on July 19th, 711. The battle was fought in a small valley, or along a river crossing, terrain that would have been favourable for smaller, more manoeuvrable forces rather than for large-scale army operations where numerical superiority could be fully deployed. The Visigothic forces, though they had numerical parity or near parity with the Umayyad forces, were apparently not well coordinated or not fully confident in their command structure. Some accounts suggest that Roderick's commanders did not work together effectively, that communication between units broke down, that the various regional contingents that made up the army operated independently rather than as a unified force. Other accounts suggest that Roderick's army was exhausted from the long march southward from Toledo and was not in ideal condition for fighting a major battle against a fresh and well-coordinated enemy. Still other accounts attribute the defeat to betrayal or treachery, suggesting that some of Roderick's commanders deliberately failed to support him in battle, perhaps because they were secretly sympathetic to the forces of Witiza's sons, or because they calculated that Roderick's defeat would improve their own political position in the subsequent succession struggle. What is clear from the historical record is that the battle was a decisive victory for the Umayyads. The Visigothic forces were defeated decisively. King Roderick himself was killed in the battle. Contemporary and near-contemporary sources describe his death with various dramatic details, some suggesting he died fighting bravely, others suggesting he was killed while attempting to flee. But the fundamental fact is that the king of the Visigoths died fighting against the Umayyad invasion on July 19th, 711. His body may or may not have been recovered by his followers after the battle, and various accounts place his death in different locations within the battle zone. But there is no historical doubt that he died on that day. The death of the king in battle was not simply a military defeat. It w. as a political catastrophe of the first magnitude. It meant that there was no clear, legitimate Visigothic authority that could command the full military resources of the kingdom in response to the invasion. The succession mechanism that governed Visigothic politics, already fractured by the civil war between supporters of Roderick and supporters of Witiza's sons, was now thrown into complete and utter chaos. There was no clear successor to Roderick. The various noble factions that had opposed him now had to decide who should rule the kingdom and from what base of power. But they had to make this decision while an invading army was actively conquering territory, while regional commanders were uncertain about what to do, while the psychological momentum of the Umayyad victory was spreading news of the Christian defeat throughout the peninsula. The moment when the Visigothic kingdom was most desperately in need of unity and clear central authority was precisely the moment when it was most thoroughly fragmented and most unable to generate such authority. The Umayyad forces, having achieved victory at the Guadalete River, did not pause to consolidate their gains in the southern region. Instead, they pushed forward with remarkable speed, driving deeper into Visigothic territory, advancing northward and eastward into the heart of the peninsula. Tariq ibn Ziyad and his commanders understood strategically that the momentum of military success could be as important as the raw size of the invading force, perhaps even more important in circumstances where the enemy was politically divided and incapable of generating a unified response. Every city that fell without a prolonged fight, every regional commander who decided to negotiate terms rather than fight to the bitter end, every noble who calculated that accommodation with the invaders was more profitable than resistance. All of these things added to the psychological sense that the Umayyad cause was triumphant and inevitable, and that opposition was ultimately futile. News of the Umayyad victory at the Guadalete River spread rapidly throughout the peninsula. Reports of Roderick's death reached the nobility almost as quickly as the Umayyad forces advanced. The shock of losing the king in battle, of seeing the supposedly elite Visigothic army defeated decisively, had a paralyzing effect on the capacity of the kingdom to respond. The Visigothic military system, which had been designed for large-scale coordinated campaigns organized from the capital, was useless when there was no central authority capable of coordinating such campaigns. Regional commanders found themselves isolated, unable to call on support from the capital, unable to coordinate with other regional forces, uncertain about whether other regions were preparing to fight or preparing to negotiate surrender. Some commanders attempted to organize defense, but without support from the CE, they faced the Umayyad forces alone. Other commanders, seeing the military situation as hopeless, chose instead to negotiate terms, hoping to preserve their positions and their properties under the new Umayyad regime. Some cities resisted. The city of Córdoba was besieged and eventually fell after a period of resistance. The city of Toledo, the capital itself, was eventually captured, but the resistance was scattered and piecemeal. Without a central authority to coordinate defense and to move forces from region to respond to threats, each city was left to fend for itself. Forces that might have been used to relieve a besieged city could not be assembled because there was no authority to order them. Resources that might have been pooled to mount a coordinated defense were instead scattered across multiple futile local resistances. Within a year of the Battle of Guadalete, the Umayyads had conquered most of the peninsula. Within a few years, almost all of the territory that had comprised the Visigothic kingdom was under Umayyad control. The collapse of the Visigothic kingdom was staggering in its speed and its completeness. What had taken the Ostrogoths nearly 20 years to lose to the Byzantines, what had required sustained military campaigns by Justinian's generals and determined armed resistance by the Ostrogoths themselves, the Visigoths lost in less than a decade, and with far less organized and effective resistance. The difference lay not primarily in the strength of the invaders or in the total available military capacity of the kingdom, but in the political cohesion of the state and its ability to generate a unified military response. The Ostrogothic kingdom, despite its internal divisions, and despite the succession crises that had followed Theodoric's death, had possessed a central authority in Ravenna that could attempt to organize and coordinate military resistance across the peninsula. It had possessed kings, though sometimes weak or contested, who could command at least some loyalty from the nobility, and who could call upon the resources of the kingdom. When the Ostrogoths finally fell to the Byzantine reconquest, they had fought hard for years, had resisted effectively, had even recovered from near-complete defeat, and had only fallen after more than a decade of warfare. The Visigoths, by contrast, had already lost their political coherence before the invasion even began. The civil war between supporters of Roderick and supporters of Witiza's sons had fractured the kingdom into competing power bases with incompatible interests. The death of Roderick in battle at the Guadalete River meant that there was no undisputed king to whom all factions could rally, no figure of sufficient authority that could demand obedience from the entire nobility. Different regions, different noble families, different cities made fundamentally different decisions about how to respond to the invasion. Some chose to fight the Umayyads and were crushed by their superior organization and military force. Some chose to negotiate and save what they could of their positions and properties. Some chose to flee northward into the mountains, where Christian resistance would eventually develop into the kingdoms that would, centuries later, slowly reconquer the peninsula. But none of these choices were part of a coordinated national strategy developed by a central authority. None of them were ordered by a king or a central command structure. Each was a local decision made by local actors in response to local circumstances and perceived local interests. The speed of the collapse suggested that many regions may have already been considering accommodation with the invaders even before Roderick's death, or very shortly after learning of his defeat. The promise of stable governance, of an end to the internal civil war that had plagued the kingdom for years, of the restoration of order and law under a new regime, may have seemed attractive to some segments of the population and some segments of the nobility who had grown weary of factional conflicts. It is possible that some cities surrendered not because they were defeated militarily, but because their rulers calculated that accommodation was preferable to the destruction of siege warfare, or to ongoing resistance that seemed futile. It is even possible that some of the factions that had opposed Roderick, believing that his defeat would allow them to seize power and restore themselves to prominence, discovered too late that they had invited not a change of regime, but the complete disappearance of the kingdom itself, and the end of their own power and status. The Umayyad conquest of Hispania was not complete and absolute. In the far north and northwest, mountainous regions that had never been fully integrated into the Visigothic kingdom remained unconquered. In these regions, small Christian kingdoms emerged or were maintained. The kingdom of Asturias, the first of the Christian Spanish kingdoms that would eventually lead to the reconquest of the peninsula, emerged in these northern mountains as a direct continuation of the Visigothic state. But this was not the Visigothic kingdom. It was a fragment, a rump state, a remnant of what had been a great kingdom. The heartland of Visigothic power, the wealthy and developed regions of the central and southern peninsula, all of this fell under Umayyad control within a decade of the invasion. By 725, the Visigothic kingdom had ceased to exist as an independent political entity. Where it had once existed as a sophisticated Christian kingdom with Roman legal institutions and a Catholic Church hierarchy integrated into the political system, there now stood Umayyad provincial administration. The transition was remarkably rapid. Within a generation of the invasion, the Visigothic state structures had been completely replaced or rendered irrelevant. The nobles who had ruled the kingdom were either dead in battle, had fled to the northern mountains to join the emerging Christian kingdoms, or had submitted to Umayyad authority and had been incorporated into the new political hierarchy as subordinate regional administrators. The cities that had been centers of Visigothic power and learn were now centers of Umayyad provincial administration and were gradually transformed into centers of Islamic learning and culture. The treasuries that had been filled by Visigothic tax collection were now filled by Umayyad tax collection, with the resources of the peninsula flowing to the Umayyad Caliphate rather than to the Christian monarchy. The military forces that had defended the kingdom were now dispersed and broken, destroyed in battle, or incorporated into the Umayyad army, serving new masters under new banners. The Visigothic identity itself did not disappear entirely in the immediate aftermath of the conquest. It survived among the Christian populations that fled to the north and settled in the mountains and principalities that would eventually become Portugal, Leon, Castile, and the other Christian kingdoms of medieval Spain. It survived in the memories and traditions that were passed down in these Christian kingdoms, stories of the lost kingdom and of its sophisticated culture. It would eventually resurface as a source of identity and legitimacy for the Christian kingdoms that began the slow reconquest of the peninsula centuries later, an effort that would take more than 700 years to reverse the Islamic conquest. But as a functioning political entity, as a kingdom with territory and laws and courts and a ruling class, the Visigothic kingdom had vanished as completely as the Ostrogothic kingdom had vanished 2 centuries earlier. The fall of the Visigoths, like the fall of the Ostrogoths before them, demonstrated the vulnerability of the Gothic kingdoms to the pressures of their time. The Ostrogoths had fallen to the reconquest efforts of the Byzantine Empire under Justinian. Their kingdom had been destroyed by a determined adversary who was willing to commit vast resources to the goal of restoring imperial authority in the Western Mediterranean. The Visigoths fell not to such an external reconquest by a rival Christian power, but to internal weakness followed by external invasion from an entirely new civilization. The civil war that had broken out over the succession after Witiza's death had left the kingdom fractured and fundamentally unable to respond effectively to external threats. When the Umayyad invasion came in 711, the kingdom had been already weakened by years of internal division and factional conflict. When King Roderick died at the Guadalete River, the political structure of the kingdom collapsed almost entirely. Without a central authority to coordinate resistance or to provide unified command, the regions fell one by one to Umayyad conquest. What had been a sophisticated Christian kingdom for nearly 3 centuries, a state that had blended Roman and Gothic elements into a complex civilization, vanished in less than a decade of warfare. The Gothic kingdoms, both the Ostrogothic in Italy and the Visigothic in Hispania, had attempted to establish themselves as heirs to Roman civilization and as legitimate successors to Rome. They had adopted Roman law, Roman administrative systems, and Roman culture. They had integrated themselves into the Christian church and had made themselves defenders of Christian civilization. They had built cities and monuments and had preserved much of Roman learning and culture. They had created political systems that attempted to balance the interests of the conqueror with the rights of the conquered population. But both kingdoms had proven to be fragile structures in the end, dependent on external conditions for their survival. Both had depended for their stability on the personal authority and military prowess of individual rulers like Theodoric and Totila. Both had been unable to develop institutional structures strong enough to withstand the loss of powerful leaders or to adapt to fundamental changes in their circumstances. Both had fallen to external pressure that ruthlessly exploited the internal weaknesses of their political systems. By 711, the age of the Gothic kingdoms in Europe was definitively over. The Ostrogoths had been eliminated a century and a half earlier by Byzantine reconquest. The Visigoths had now vanished in a matter of years due to internal collapse followed by Islamic conquest. The attempt by the Germanic peoples to establish themselves as rulers of civilized states in the Mediterranean world had failed. What would replace them would be new powers, new kingdoms, new configurations of authority. In Italy, the Lombards would claim parts of the inheritance of the Ostrogoths. In Hispania, the Umayyads would rule for centuries until the slow reconquest by Christian kingdoms would eventually restore Christian rule to the peninsula. But the Gothic kingdoms themselves, the attempt by the Goths to be both conquerors and rulers, both Germanic warriors and preservers of Roman civilization, both Christian and keepers of Roman traditions, all of this had ended. The Goths, who had arrived in Europe centuries earlier as conquerors and migrants, had now passed into history. Their kingdoms had fallen. Their political independence had vanished. They had become, in the end, another chapter in the long and complex history of the fall and transformation of civilizations.